Hello, good evening and welcome to Unacademy IAS, a one-stop destination for all the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to PYQ discussion on the questions which have been asked from the subject of Indian economy from the year 2013 to 2024. Now, before I start the discussion, here is a very important announcement. Those who are aiming to ace the upcoming civil services examination, we have an excellent offer for you. The services, that is the courses, are available at a discount of 60%, and once you use the code IAS English, you can get up to 12 months of free extension. Once you subscribe to this particular course, you'll be able to get recorded and live sessions, the PYQ as well as the mains test series as well as prelims test series, the study material and the mentorship services. Those who are interested, please do click on the link provided below. Now, before I start the discussion, am I audible and visible to everyone? Please do let me know in the chat section. Am I audible and visible to everyone? Please do let me know. Am I audible and visible? Okay, done. Great. Let's start then. Question number 1. There will be no poll. Those who want to solve it, solve it. Those who want to listen to the discussion, please listen to the discussion. Question number 1. With reference to physical capital in Indian economy, consider the following pairs: farmer plow, working capital; computer, fixed capital; yarn used by the weaver, fixed capital; petrol, working capital. Now, there are two terms used here, fixed capital and working capital. What is essentially the concept you need to understand? There is something called as the term capital, one of the factors of production. There are 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. Generally, I tell the learners to remember simple acronym CELL, CELL, land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. One of that is capital. What do you mean by capital? Anything that is produced by us and which is not available in the nature is called as capital. For example, machineries, for example, raw material, inventories, etc. All of these are called as capital. Now, please understand, there is a difference between working capital and fixed capital. What is essentially the difference here? Whenever you say fixed capital, it simply refers to certain amount of assets which have been created by us, which will be again used for production. But please understand, the investment is durable in nature. Investment is durable in nature. For example, you set up a manufacturing facility. You will not keep on investing in this facility for, let's say, next 20 years. This facility will be used for next 20 years. You purchase a machinery. Again and again, you will not keep on throwing this away or disposing this to purchase one more machinery. You will use it for multiple years. These are durable assets. On the other side, there is a term called as working capital. What is this idea of a working capital? Where the money is used to basically spend on day-to-day expenditures. On something that is required for day-to-day, the money that you spend will be called as a working capital. Any example? Simple. You purchase raw material, that is day-to-day expenditure, working capital. You pay electricity bills, day-to-day expenditure, working capital. So, come to the point here. Farmer plow. A farmer will purchase a plow. Is it right? Don't you think this asset that is purchased by the farmer, it will be used for multiple years? It is not going to be thrown away after, let's say, 1 month and one more, right? Let's say plow will be purchased. No, right? So, first one, this is a fixed capital, not working capital. Computer. A company will purchase a computer. Don't you think it is an asset for the company? They have created an asset which will be used for multiple years now. Yes, it is a fixed capital. Yarn used by the weaver. It is a raw material. It is a fixed capital. No, it is working capital. Next one, petrol. It is again, let's say a transportation company will use petrol on day-to-day basis. Expenditure will be done on day-to-day basis. It will be working capital. So, second pair, fourth pair are correct. Right option for question number 1 will be only 2 of the pairs are correct. Everybody is okay? If you have any kinds of doubts, please keep the serial number of the question with you. When I'll write, let's say after 1.5 hours, when I'll ask you if there are any doubts, please do let me know. Now let's go ahead. Question number 2. Right? Question number 2. Which of the following activities constitute a real sector in the economy? Real sector in the economy. Now, first and foremost, please understand, economic activities can be divided. Only one classification I'll discuss here, can be divided into 2 parts. One is called as a real sector and the other one is called as a financial sector. One is real, second one is financial. What is the difference between real and financial? Whenever any goods or services are produced in the economy, anything that is produced, it is considered as a part of a real sector. Whenever there are financial instruments, financial transactions conducted, these are called as a financial sector transactions. Example, let's say I will purchase raw material and produce a smartphone and sell it to you. I'll purchase raw material and I'll produce biscuits and sell it in the market. So here is a good that is produced. So whenever there's a production like this, that is considered to be part of real sector of the economy. On the other side, if there are financial transactions, for example, I'll go to a bank, take a loan from a bank. Right? This particular loan is a financial transaction. A company will issue shares in the market, will issue bonds in the market, financial transaction. So whenever financial transactions are conducted, these are part of financial sector. Whenever goods or services are produced, these are called as part of real sector. So the question is on which of the following will constitute real sector. Let's start. Farmers harvesting the crops. At farmers producing or harvesting the agriculture crops, production is happening. Yes, it is part of real sector. Textile mills converting raw cotton into fabrics. Raw material is taken, production happens and the good is ready. Yes, this is a part of a real sector. A commercial bank lending money to a trading company, whether it is a trading company or anybody else, doesn't matter. Loan is part of financial sector. Third one is incorrect. A company or a corporate body issuing rupee denominated bonds overseas. Now please listen to me very carefully. Whether the company is issuing the bonds in India or outside India, whether these are dollar denominated bond, rupee denominated bond, doesn't make any difference. I've seen many students getting stuck up because of these particular terminologies. That is, sir, the UPSC saying it is rupee denominated. Will it make any difference? So the UPSC saying it is issued outside India. Does it make any difference? Absolutely no. It is still part of the financial sector itself. So fourth one, incorrect. 1 is correct, 2 is correct. Right option for the question number 2 will be option A. 1 and 2 are correct. Okay. Now, let me go to question number 3. Question number 3 here. Economic growth in country X will necessarily have to occur if there is a technical progress in the world economy. There is a population growth in the country X. There is capital formation in country X. The volume of trade grows in the world economy. The right answer for this particular question is option C, whenever there is a capital formation. Whenever there is a capital formation, it will help the economy of this particular country to actually grow. How? Capital formation essentially means what? From one year to the next year, or from one reference time period to another reference time period, how much assets are getting added to the economy? I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by capital formation? How much assets are getting added to the existing value of the assets in a specific time period? It is called as capital formation. You will come across a term called as gross fixed capital formation, GFCF. What is this? A gross fixed capital formation. From one year to the next year, how much assets are getting added specifically under the fixed asset side. Right, from one year to the next year, how much machines are getting added to the economy. That is essentially called as a gross fixed capital formation. Now you just think of it, if there is a higher gross fixed capital formation, means more and more assets are getting created, machines are being purchased, more manufacturing facilities are set up. Don't you think this will contribute to economic activity, will contribute to more production, will contribute to GDP growth? That is exactly what the question is asking. Economic growth in country X will necessarily have to occur whenever there is a capital formation. Now somebody will basically say, sir, why A is incorrect, why B is incorrect? For example, there is a technical progress in world economy. Let's say a better technology is introduced in USA. Is there any guarantee that it will come to India also? What if Mr. Donald Trump says, no, I will not allow that company to introduce the right technology in India. America first, he'll say. America first, America first, America first. So there is no guarantee, absolutely no guarantee there. Population growth, if population actually led to higher GDP growth rate, we could have become the largest economy by now. Largest economy. We could have even defeated China in terms of GDP by now. Volume of trade grows in the world economy, again, necessarily doesn't mean India will grow. Okay, so question number 3, right option is option C. Done? Okay, question number 4. Despite being high savings economy, capital formation may not result in significant increase in the output due to weak administrative machinery, illiteracy, high population density, high capital output ratio. High capital output ratio. The right option is, of course, option D. Some of you are already answering. Let me explain this. There is a term called as capital output ratio. What is the meaning of capital output ratio? This essentially will come in the chapter of planning, right? It will come in the concept of planning, right? There is a concept called as capital output ratio, which means what is your investment? How much capital you're going to spend in order to generate 1 unit of output? Simple. How much is your capital investment in order to generate 1 unit of output? This is called as a capital output ratio. And this is in fact connected to a concept called as Harrod-Domer model. How many of you have heard of this? Please do let me know. Harrod-Domer model. And by the way, here itself I'll ask you one more question. Which is this particular 5-year plan or 5-year plans which is associated with Harrod-Domer model? They will also use the term HD model, Harrod-Domer model. Which of the 5-year plans are associated with Harrod-Domer model? Please do let me know. Now, what did the Harrod-Domer model essentially say? The Harrod-Domer model simply says, if you want to achieve a higher GDP growth rate, higher GDP growth rate, essentially you will have to increase your savings, reduce your capital output ratio. I'll repeat the statement again. The HD model says, if you want to increase the growth, then increase the savings rate, reduce the capital output ratio. That is, let's say you want to produce a high number of goods. If you want to increase your GDP growth rate, etc., have higher savings. If you have higher savings, investment will be higher. If investment is higher, automatically production would be higher, growth rate would be higher. Then what is the connection to the capital output ratio? R is capital output ratio here. If you are spending a capital of, let's say, 100 rupees, you should be able to produce more number of goods. And that will happen if you can reduce the capital output ratio. Let's say for every 100 rupee capital invested, you were producing 6 goods. Now, because of better technology, etc., you are able to produce 10 goods. So you have reduced the capital output ratio from 16 rupees earlier to 10 rupees now. So lower the capital output ratio, you'll be able to produce more output with the same amount of investment. Right, so the answer to question number 4 is essentially high capital output ratio, because the savings of the economy are higher, but there is no significant change in the output. If you apply the formula G is equal to S upon R, savings have increased, but the GDP growth rate has not changed by much. What is the reason? Reason is capital output ratio has increased. The capital output ratio core is higher. That is the right option. So option D is the right one. Now before I go forward, one more additional point here. Although the questions on planning, right, from the last 5 years, hardly one question has been asked by UPSC. Please remember this. In India, instead of simply using capital output ratio, we created one more concept called as ICAR, incremental capital output ratio. ICAR, ICOR, incremental capital output ratio. The difference is very simple. In capital output ratio, historical investment is considered. In incremental capital output ratio, incremental investment meaning if you want to increase the production by additional 1 unit, how much more capital you will have to invest. If you want to increase the production by 1 unit, how much additional capital you will have to invest. That is called as incremental capital output ratio. Done? Everybody is okay? So these are certain important points. So question number 4, option D is the right one. Question number 5 now. Which among the following steps is most likely to be taken at the time of economic recession? Right? Which of the following is most likely to be taken whenever there is economic recession? Point number 1, whenever you come across the term recession, it simply means, remember this, for 2 consecutive quarters, for 2 consecutive means which will basically happen one after the other. For 2 consecutive quarters, whenever there is a negative growth, this is called as recession. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between recession and depression? Please do let me know. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between recession and depression? Right, so let me know in the chat section. Right, let me look at the question now. Cut in tax rates accompanied by increase in interest rate. Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever there is a slowdown or recession, generally the government has the duty to increase the production, increase the investment, increase the expenditure. Right, that is essentially, there is a term called as counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Right, what is this idea of a counter-cyclical fiscal policy? A lot of you do not know the technical definition of recession and depression. You know recession, but you are simply saying depression is long-term recession. Long-term means how long? How long? 10 years? 15 years? 20 years? How long? Right? Please do let me know. Okay, so counter-cyclical fiscal policy. What does it actually mean? Counter-cyclical fiscal policy essentially means the policies of the government should be reversing the trend in the market. I'll repeat the statement. The policies of the government should be reversing the trend in the market. Right? Generally, what happens during recession? During recession, the private sector investment would start going down. What about the demand for goods and services? The demand for goods and services would also start going down. So now it is the duty of the government essentially to increase demand, reverse what is happening, change the trend what is happening. So whenever the demand goes down, government has to increase the demand. If the private sector investment goes down, government has to increase the expenditure or investment in the market. So if government does this during recession, that is called as counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Now, let me ask you one more question. Let's say there is a high GDP growth rate. We are experiencing, let's say, high GDP growth rate. What will be your answer if I ask you what are the policies of the government which can be considered during this period which are pro-cyclical in nature? Let me see the chart section now. Answer this. My question is, imagine there is a high GDP growth rate. What kind of policies according to you will be considered as a pro-cyclical policy during the period of high GDP growth rate experienced by Indian economy? Please do let me know. Again, I'm talking about fiscal policy, not monetary policy, fiscal policy. All of you, please look at this very carefully. Fiscal policy. Because when you say interest rates have to be brought down, the lending rates have to be brought down, etc., that is essentially connected to RBI. I'm talking about Government of India. So listen to me carefully. A lot of you are making mistake. Please listen to me carefully. Pro-cyclical means whatever is happening, government will support it. Government will intensify what is happening in the market. And during high GDP growth rate, can I simply say private sector investment would be higher? Correct? Private sector investment is higher. What about the demand for goods and services? The demand for goods and services is also higher. So if I say government will follow pro-cyclical policy, what does it mean? Government will increase its expenditure. Government will reduce income tax rates or income tax collection. Is everybody okay with this? The government, if it will also increase its expenditure. Private sector is investing, government will also invest. Intensity will increase. If demand for goods and services is higher, government will reduce income tax rates. People will have more money. They will again purchase more and more goods and services. So can I simply call these as a pro-cyclical policy during the period of high growth rate? So please be very careful. Questions can be asked in context of pro-cyclical policy, counter-cyclical policy, during recession, during, let's say, high growth stages as well. So please be very careful. So if you ask me, should Government of India follow a pro-cyclical fiscal policy during high growth rate? Answer is no. Answer is no. Why? If government will spend more, if government will cut the income tax rates, don't you think money supply in the economy will start increasing? This will contribute to inflation. So should Government of India follow pro-cyclical fiscal policy? Absolutely no. But again, this is one concept you need to be aware of. Questions can be asked from any of these particular areas. Okay, so question is, during recession, which of the following steps is most appropriately taken by the government? Let's start. Again, it is during recession. Cut in tax rates accompanied by increase in interest rates. Should there be increase in the interest rates during recession? No. It should not be there. Interest rates should not be increasing during recession because demand is already lesser. Increase in expenditure on public projects. Yes, this should be the objective of Government of India. This should be the measure of Government of India. Increase in tax rates accompanied by reduction in interest rate. Second part is okay, but look at the first part. Look at the first part. Increase in tax rates. Should government increase the tax rates during recession? No. Reduction of expenditure on public projects? Again, no. So right option is option B for question number 5. Right option is option B. Done? Everybody is okay? Okay. Now, let me go forward. Question number 6. Question number 6 now. Consider the investments in the following assets. Brand recognition, inventory, intellectual property, mailing list of the clients. How many of the above are considered as intangible investments? How many of the above are considered intangible investments? Simple question, right? Again, picked up from NCERT book. What is this idea of an intangible investment? Please understand, when you are talking about, let's say, a company here, the investment can be tangible in nature and investments can be intangible in nature. They can be intangible in nature as well. Tangible and intangible simply means those which are visible and those which are invisible. Those which can be defined in the form of height, weight, length, etc. These are called as tangible. These are physically observable. Right? You can see them. These are called as tangible products. What about intangible? Intangible means anything which cannot be seen, which is invisible. That is called as intangible. Everybody is okay with this? Right? So tangible, intangible. For example, a company will invest and purchase a machine. Machine is tangible asset. A company will invest and purchase raw material. They will convert raw material into a final good, sell it, generate revenue, a tangible asset. But on the other side, let's say a company will invest and create a patent. Think of it. A company will create a patent. Patent, don't you think it is right, an asset for the company? Yes, but it is intangible. A company will create a copyright. Intangible, but it is asset. Right? So I hope you understand. Assets can be tangible as well as intangible. Question is straightforward now. Which of the following assets are considered intangible assets? Intangible means which you cannot see. First one, brand recognition. Is brand recognition an asset? Yes. Can anybody steal your brand? Can anybody basically have the same, let's say, logo or a brand and sell it in the market? No, it is an asset. Brand is an asset. It generates a lot of revenue. So brand recognition, it is an asset and intangible asset. Inventory. Inventory means, let's say, semi-finished goods, raw materials, etc., etc. These particular inventories are visible to you. Right? Raw material is visible to you. Unfinished goods or semi-finished goods are visible to you. These are tangible in nature. Intellectual property rights. I've given you this example. Copyright, patent, right? Industrial designs, etc. Yes. Right? This will also be an asset but intangible asset. Mailing list of the clients. Can you use the mailing list of the clients to generate revenues? Can you contact the, right, let's say, clients and supply the services, goods, etc.? Yes, but the list is intangible in nature. Yes, this is also intangible asset. So 1, 3 and 4 are correct. For question number 6, right option will be option C here. Okay, right option is option C, which is the right answer. Okay, next one. Question number 7. If a commodity is provided free to the public by the government, then the opportunity cost is 0. The opportunity cost is ignored. The opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to tax-paying public. The opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the government. Which of these 4 options are correct? Right? Very slightly or slightly a tricky question. Point number 1, what is an opportunity cost? Remember this. Opportunity cost essentially means any, right, let's say whenever you make a choice, any choice that you make between 2 best options, you will sacrifice one option and you will choose the other. Because you have chosen one and sacrificed the other, what is the potential gain or the loss that you have incurred? That is called as opportunity cost. For example, let's say you keep 100 rupees fixed deposit in a bank instead of investing in a stock market. Imagine after 1 year, you will get 6 rupees interest from the bank. But the stock market, if you had invested in the stock market, the 100 rupees now could have become 120 rupees. So now by choosing option 1, imagine this is option 1 and this is option 2. By choosing option 1, you have lost additional benefit of 14 rupees. In such cases, opportunity cost is considered to be negative. Negative opportunity cost. You have chosen 1. As a result of this, there is, right, let's say a potential of 14 rupee loss for you. But on the other hand, if you had chosen option 2 instead of option 1, you have earned additional 14 rupees. So your opportunity cost is positive there. So opportunity cost can be negative, opportunity cost can be positive. Please do let me know, can the opportunity cost be 0? And anybody can tell me an example of this? Please do let me know. I'll repeat the question. Can the OC, opportunity cost, be 0? And is there any example for opportunity cost being 0? By the way, right option for this particular question is option C. Opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the tax-paying public. I'll tell you why. Listen to me carefully. Here is a taxpayer. Let's say I will pay certain income taxes to government. Now government will use the income tax money. They will provide certain good or a service free to a certain person, or let's say to the public here. Can the government use this money to provide road network to me? Please do let me know. Can the government use the same amount of income taxes, provide better quality education to my children, better quality healthcare, better lighting, better other services, etc.? But the government is not using this money to provide benefit to me. Rather, this money is being used by the government to provide benefit to somebody else. So who is bearing the burden of the opportunity cost here? Who is actually bearing the burden of opportunity cost? It is the taxpayer. I'll repeat the statement. It is the taxpayer who is bearing the burden of opportunity cost. Hence, whenever the government will collect taxes from the public, use it to provide free good or service to somebody else in the economy, the opportunity cost of this is right basically borne by the tax-paying public. Everybody is okay, right? So right option for question number 7 is option C. And by the way, is there anything in the economy where opportunity cost is 0? Yes. Right? Anything that is abundantly available in nature and free of cost. Anything that is abundantly available in the nature and is free of cost, that is generally considered to be having opportunity cost of 0. For example, sunlight. Right? Or for example, the air that you're breathing. Nobody is billing you for the air that you're breathing. Done? Everybody is okay? So question number 8. Let's go forward. Consider the following statements. Human capital formation as a concept is better explained in terms of a process which enables. Right? There are 4 statements. You'll have to find the right option here. Point number 1. What do you mean by human capital formation? Human capital formation. If you remember earlier, I mentioned a term called as the 4 factors of production. And one of the factors of production was labor. Now just do let me know, rather than simply saying any labor, don't you think it is the skilled labor which will provide better outcome for Indian economy? Is it okay? Rather than simply saying labor will provide benefit to the Indian economy, can I simply say the labor which is skilled labor, the labor which has a higher qualification, the labor which is healthy in nature, healthy in the sense they can work, let's say 9 hours or 8 hours according to the Factories Act. Otherwise, if you go by Niti Aayog vice chairman or former vice chairperson or right, let's say heads of Infosys, etc., they would want you to work for 90 hours, 100 hours, etc. But anyways, argument is, if you want to provide higher production or if your productivity has to be higher, you need to be educated, you need to be skilled, you need to be healthy. So government has to invest money in providing all of this. The government has to invest. The government has to provide, let's say, nutritious food grains. The government has to provide healthcare. Government has to provide skilling initiatives. Government has to provide education, etc. So such investment which is done by the government, remember this, such investment that is done by the government essentially will contribute to improvement of the labor in the economy. And when the labor situation improves, that is they are educated, they are skilled, they are healthy, that is called as human capital formation. Is everybody okay? That is called as human capital formation. So now look at the statements here. Individuals of a country to accumulate more capital. Do you think this is human capital formation? People will start accumulating more and more capital. They will keep on accumulating more and more profits. Is it, right, let's say human capital formation? No, that is not human capital formation. That is capitalism, by the way. Okay. Increasing the knowledge, skill level and capacities of the people of the country. Yes. Yes, this is exactly the definition of human capital formation. Third one, accumulation of tangible wealth. Again, a feature of capitalism. People accumulate wealth, right? That happens in capitalism. No, this is not the feature of a human capital formation. And finally, accumulation of intangible wealth. Intangible means, let's say, right, better, patents are created, better technology is created, etc. That is intangible asset or tangible wealth. Intangible wealth, yes. So second one is correct. Fourth one is correct. Right option for this particular question number 8 will be option C, 2 and 4. Option C, 2 and 4 are correct. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay, right? Right, let's say a niche kind of a question, not a typical question by UPSC, a special type of a question. But if you have read NCERTs, the concept of human capital formation is discussed actually in NCERTs. Okay? So question number 9, consider the following statements. Other things remaining unchanged, market demand for a good might increase if price of its substitute increases, price of its complement increases, the good is an inferior good and income of the consumer increases, and its price will fall. Under what circumstances or how many circumstances the demand for a particular good will change or will increase? Let's start. First one, price of the substitute increases. What do you mean by substitute? Substitutes are set of goods which can be consumed one instead of another, which can be replaced easily. For example, if tea is not available, you will consume coffee. If a 5 rupee coin is not available, you will take 5 rupee note. If 10 rupee coin is not available, you will take a 10 rupee note. If a Coke is not available, you will purchase, right, let's say Pepsi. So these are substitutes. So let's say price of tea goes up. Don't you think this will have an impact on demand for coffee? Yes, demand for coffee will increase. So first statement, yes. Price of its complement increases. Complement essentially are set of goods which are consumed in combination. Which are consumed in combination. These are called as complementary goods. For example, if you purchase a car, will you not purchase a diesel? Somebody will say, sir, it is a petrol car. Car and petrol. Somebody will say electric car, right? Car and electricity. If you purchase a printer, you will purchase ink. Earlier, if you purchase the shoes, you will purchase the socks. And traditionally in economics, there is a term called as a combination called as bread and butter. So earlier, not today. I know today, for example, people will purchase shoes without socks. They will wear shoes without socks. So don't simply say, sir, you are wrong because I'm not wearing, right now I'm not wearing socks. I've only purchased shoes, etc. Traditional idea. Okay. So price of its complement increases. If the price of, right, a complement will increase, demand for the other product automatically will go down because these are supposed to be consumed in combination. Second one, incorrect. Again, in many of these cases, you can use elimination. I'm not using elimination because UPSC a lot of times has eliminated that concept. The good is an inferior good and income of the consumer increases. If income of the consumer increases, there is an inferior good. It simply means the consumption of this product will actually go down. As income goes up, you will demand lesser and lesser of this particular product. That is an inferior product. Okay, so no, demand will not increase, rather go down. The price of the product falls. If the price of the product will fall, automatically the demand will go up. So fourth one is correct. First one is correct. Fourth one is correct. Right? Essentially, right option for this question will be option A. Okay, option A. Done. Can we go forward now? Question number 10. Increase in absolute and per capita real GNP do not connote a higher level of economic development if, right, 4 options are given. If there is an absolute increase and per capita increase in the real GNP, what is, right, let's say, it doesn't connote a higher level of economic development if this will happen, and as a result of this, economic development will not happen. Right? What is that particular statement you will have to find? Industrial output will fail to keep pace with agriculture output. Agriculture output will fail to keep pace with industrial output. Poverty and unemployment will increase. Imports will grow faster than exports. Now please understand, the question is on development. Question is on development. Right? What is essentially the concept of a development? Development essentially means the benefits of the growth are being enjoyed by sections of the society. The benefits of the growth. If GDP increases, it means incomes of the whole of India are rising up. But is this rise in the income getting concentrated amongst a very small population, or others in the society are also earning more and more? That is essentially development. And how can you find out whether there is a development or not? Look at poverty numbers. Please look at poverty numbers. Look at maternal mortality rate. Look at farmer suicides. Look at, right, let's say per capita incomes of the lowest 50% of the population. Right? You will automatically understand whether development is taking place or not. So if there is a rise in the GNP, gross national product, if there is a rise in the GNP, don't you think at the same point of time, if you want to achieve economic development, poverty should go down? Correct? Right? You should also ensure that more and more people are getting jobs. Unemployment rate is going down, because if the unemployment rate keeps on increasing, lot of people will not have any kind of income sources. GDP might keep on increasing. Unemployment might also be very high. That is also possible. But do we require that kind of a growth when you want to achieve development? Answer is no. So everybody is okay? Right option for this particular question will be option C. Don't worry about A, B and D. Just look at the statement. Look at the question statement. It says you want to achieve economic development. What should happen? Right? What should happen is essentially poverty should go down. Unemployment rate should go down. That is, right, basically leading to a better outcomes, right, in the form of development. So question number 10, right option is option C. Okay. Question number 11. A decrease in the tax to GDP ratio of a country indicates which of the following? Which of the following, right, are indicated when the tax to GDP ratio of a country will start decreasing? Slowing economic growth rates, less equitable distribution of national income. Now let me ask you one question. When you calculate tax to GDP ratio, which is essentially total taxes collected divided by GDP, please tell me, will it tell you anything regarding how much incomes are generated by population in India? How much taxes are being collected by top 1% of a population in India? How much, right, taxes you are collecting in direct form, indirect form, etc.? Very simple question, by the way. I'm looking at the, let's say, options that most of you have given. That's the reason I'm asking this question. If you look at the tax to GDP ratio, it will simply tell you how much taxes you have collected, total taxes, right? Total taxes you have collected divided by the GDP of a country. So now tell me, if you do not know how much has been collected from the rich, from the poor, direct, indirect, etc., etc., can you rule out a second statement in any case when you talk about tax to GDP ratio? Let me know, right? I'll repeat this. Whether the tax to GDP ratio goes up or reduces doesn't matter. You tell me, is there any connection with national income that you can talk about when you basically talk about tax to GDP ratio? No connection whatsoever. Because how much income has been generated by the rich, how much has been earned by the poor people, how much direct taxes you have collected from them, how much indirect, that information you will never be able to decipher only looking at tax to GDP ratio. So everybody is okay? Can I eliminate the second statement here? Let's solve the first statement as well. Slowing economic growth rates. You tell me, if the tax to GDP ratio goes down, don't you think that is possible? Because the GDP of the country is taking a hit, GDP is going down. That is, let's say, recession. If there is a recession in the particular country, don't you think GDP of the country will go down? And when the GDP of the country goes down, tell me, what do you think will happen to taxes collected? Taxes collected by the government. Taxes collected will also go down. But please understand, generally, what will happen is, because generally the tax buoyancy is greater than 1, if the GDP is falling down by 1%, the numerator will be falling by more than 1%. That is generally the idea of a tax buoyancy of being more than 1. So when there is, let's say, slowdown in the economy or recession in the economy, don't you think automatically the tax to GDP ratio will start slowing down or decreasing in the economy? So please do let me know. Hence, I'll basically conclude by saying that for question number 11, right option is only first statement is correct. That is right option A. Everybody is okay? The right option is A. My dear, those who are asking what is tax buoyancy, etc., etc., have you not revised? I'll explain that. Not a worry. But it simply shows to me that you have not revised. That is my bigger concern now. You have not revised, because tax buoyancy is essential concept under taxation. It basically measures how much is the changes in the taxes collected compared to changes in the changes in the GDP growth rate. What is the change in the tax collected? That is the rate of tax collection change divided by rate of growth of GDP. That is called as tax buoyancy, right? And generally, and some of you are saying this is a perplexing question, and somebody said, Nitin, little bit perplexing. My dear, it is not perplexing. Have you come across the term, the income taxes, right? The tax buoyancy is 1.2. Right? Have you come across this particular term, right? And if you simply say no, now I will know that you are not reading newspaper also. Have you come across GST, which has a tax buoyancy of 1.3? What does it actually mean? What does it actually mean? It simply means if GDP will change by 1%, the tax collection, let's say GST tax collection, change by 1.3%. Now, if you can think of it in, let's say one way, can the opposite also happen? Think of it. If you can think of this in an increasing way, that is GDP grows by 1%, taxes will grow by 1.3%. But can the opposite also be true? Because that is tax buoyancy. If GDP falls by 1%, the tax collection will also fall by 1.3%. That is essentially the tax buoyancy. And please understand why this will happen, because there is a decrease in the GDP. There can be recession in the economy. There can be a slowdown in the economy. And that is the precise reason you will see tax to GDP ratio will keep on declining. More and more people will start losing jobs. the tax collection of the government will fall down, etc., etc. Okay, there is a perfect explanation for that. For that, you should be aware of the basics. Be aware of the basics. Okay, let me go forward now. Question number 12. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. The rate of growth of real gross domestic product has steadily increased in the last decade. Trend-based question. The gross domestic product at market prices has steadily increased in the last decade. Right? So, which of the two statements are true? Now, please understand, whenever these kind of trend-based questions are asked, sometimes it is difficult to decipher. I will accept, I have complete empathy with all of you. A lot of times it is difficult to find because the trend-based question of last 5 years, last 10 years are asked. But please understand this, if you can apply certain economic knowledge, I'll not even say common sense, economic knowledge. This question was asked in 2015, okay? This question was asked in 2015. Now, was there a global financial crisis back in the year 2008? Think of this and do let me know. Was there a global financial crisis back in the year 2008? Yes. When there is a global financial crisis, can an economy achieve a consistent or a steady growth rate in real GDP? Nominal you might end up achieving. But can you achieve in real GDP? Real GDP achieving steady growth rate is very, very difficult, especially when in the last 10 years you have experienced a pandemic, you have experienced a slowdown or a recession or a global financial crisis. Done? Okay, so first statement is incorrect. Second statement, the gross domestic product at market prices has steadily increased in the last decade. Now, many of you will basically say no. In that case, you will be wrong. Why? Please have a look at the table. All of you, please have a look at the table, by the way. Okay? And do let me know, look at the table and do let me know, has there been a steady growth of GDP in India? Right? Is there a steady growth of GDP in India? Let's say the question was asked in 14 and 15. Let's imagine. Right, so question was asked in 14 and 15, is there a steady growth, right, in a decade? Before that, just observe it, you will realize it is yes. Nitin, my dear, where? What are you watching? Nitin ji, come back. Don't worry about Mumbai Indians versus, right, let's say Gujarat Titans. Focus on what is happening here. So, can you observe there is a steady growth in the GDP numbers? And by the way, it is right, nominal GDP, not real GDP, nominal GDP. Okay. Now, somebody will say, sir, what if this question is asked in this year prelims? What if the same kind of question is asked in this year prelims? I have given the data till 23 and 24, and again, it should be very easy for you because there was a pandemic. Right? Because there was a pandemic. And that basically will give away the answer to these kind of questions. When there is a pandemic, can you just observe it? Even the nominal GDP took a hit. Even the nominal GDP, that is GDP calculated current market prices, right, has declined, has taken a dip. There was a recession during this financial year, etc. So everybody is okay. So answer to this question, come back to question number 12. Answer to this question will be option B. 2 only. Only the second statement is correct. Okay. So for the last 10 years, same picture, only focused on the last 10 years I've given. Just observe it. Questions can be asked in the preliminary examination. Okay. Let's start. Question number 13 now. Question number 13. Okay. I'll move aside. Many of you basically say, sir, what is there here at the bottom? We are not able to see. New type of a question. Okay. So question number 13. Let's start. Statement 1. In post-pandemic recent past, many central banks worldwide had carried out interest rate hikes. Right? Straightforward answer is yes. Correct? Again, post-pandemic. Right? Many of you will not read the statement correctly. Many of you will simply say, sir, pandemic. During pandemic, RBI reduced interest rates. RBI cut interest rates. Hence, statement 1 is incorrect. My dear, they are not asking about during pandemic. They are saying post-pandemic. So, post-pandemic, right, essentially have the central banks started increasing interest rates? Yes. Including RBI, answer is yes. They have started increasing interest rates. But what is the logic? You think of it. I just apply common sense now. You just think of it. What is the logic? Why do you think central banks start to increase interest rates? What is the logic behind it? Can I simply say central banks will start to increase the interest rate because they believe that higher interest rates will help in controlling inflation? Yes or no? Higher inflation, right, is being observed. And why there is a higher inflation? Because people have started getting back jobs. The salaries have started increasing. The demand has started increasing. People will start purchasing more and more goods and services. So RBI, or for that matter Federal Reserve, or let's say People's Bank of China or Central Bank of Japan, what they will think is, because the people are earning more, inflation is going to happen. Let me increase interest rate so that inflation can be controlled. Please look at statement 2. All of you, please look at the statement 2 now. Central banks generally assume that they have the ability to counteract the rising consumer prices via monetary policy means. Please let me know. Can I simply say right option for question number 13 is option A now? Correct? Everybody is okay? Right option for question number 13 is option A. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for statement 1. Okay, let me go forward now. Question number 14. Question number 14. With reference to Indian economy, what are the advantages of inflation indexed bonds? IIB, inflation indexed bonds. 1. Government can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by way of IIBs. IIBs provide protection to the investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. Interest received as well as capital gains on IIBs are not taxable. Now, I can give you the answer right straightforward, but please listen to me carefully. What is this idea of inflation indexed bonds? What is this idea of inflation indexed bonds? Imagine I've issued a bond to you. Normally, I will basically issue a bond and offer you 6%, let's say, interest rate. One example, I will offer 6% interest rate. But don't you think if I simply offer 6% rate of interest, if there is any change in the inflation rate, you will continue to get 6% for every 100 rupee that you have invested. Your returns will not be adjusted or indexed to inflation. Are you not taking a higher risk by investing in such type of bonds which do not adjust the returns for inflation? Yes, you are taking a very high amount of risk. So government earlier tried out a bond called as inflation indexed bond. There was a bond or type of a bond issued by Government of India, inflation indexed bond. Now here in inflation indexed bond, as the inflation rate would change, let's say hypothetically, from, let's say issue, from the year of issue, let's say inflation rate is 10%. Now your returns will also get adjusted by 10%. Sir, what will happen to principal? Principal will also get adjusted. Let's say the bond will have a maturity period of 2 years. After 2 years, compared to the year when the bond was issued, what has been the change in the inflation? In the last 2 years, what has been the change in the inflation? That will be adjusted. Your principal will change. Your interest will also change. These are called as inflation indexed bonds. Now, look at the statement 1. If the government is issuing an inflation indexed bond, do you think they will offer a higher coupon rate to you? Think of it. Will they offer a higher coupon rate? Why? Why should they offer that to you? It doesn't make any sense. Reason is the government says, I will give you, right, returns adjusted with inflation. Why should I offer higher interest rate? So government, rather than offering higher coupon or interest rate, now it will reduce the interest rate, or they'll be able to offer this at lesser interest rate. Does it make sense to you or not? Please do let me know. It should make perfect economic sense. Yes. Yes, government will be able to reduce coupon rates. Second, IIBs will provide protection to investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. Yes. If you invest in a normal bond, there is uncertainty. That is, what will be the inflation rate? And with change in the inflation rate, your returns, right, will keep on reducing or will keep on changing like this, right? It will provide protection against uncertainty. Did the inflation index bond provide tax benefit? Answer is no. Inflation index bonds did not provide tax benefit. So first statement, second statement, both are correct. Right option is option A. Option A is the right one for question number 14. Okay, done. Okay, question number 15 now. Question number 15. In India, which one of the following is responsible for maintaining price stability by controlling inflation? Straightforward question. One of the most easiest questions, straightforward question. Don't make a mistake in these kind of questions as well. Department of Consumer Affairs, Expenditure Management Commission, Financial Stability and Development Council, and Reserve Bank of India. Right option is Reserve Bank of India. RBI is responsible for controlling, right, inflation or stabilizing inflation. Now, somebody said, sir, you can do elimination method. My dear, I know. I can do elimination method, but I am not using elimination method. My workload will become very easy with elimination method. I know that. But in UPSC, there might not be any question where you can use elimination method. So that is the precise reason, right? I have not used any kind of elimination method in any kind of question. Okay. So this is a straightforward question, very simple question. Even if it is asked, please don't make a mistake in such kind of question. Okay, question number 16. Which of the following is likely to be most inflationary in its effect? Which of the following is expected to be, right, most inflationary? Now listen to me very carefully. Sometimes the students will ask me, sir, does UPSC repeat questions in GS paper 3 or let's say in economics? In prelims, is there any repetition of a question? The answer to that is yes. Some questions have been repeated. Right? Some questions have been repeated. For example, please look at this question. This was asked in 2021 and the same question was asked in 2019. Same question was asked in 2013. Which one of the following is likely to be most inflationary in its effect? So does UPSC repeat questions sometimes? Yes. Right? Imagine whatever we have solved, one question will come for you in the upcoming prelims. Right? Let's hope for the best. Now, which is the right option? Some of you are saying option A, some of you are choosing option D. Right option is, my dear, option D. Right option is option D. Right? Why? Any kind of money creation, any amount of new money that is created is most inflationary. Is my point clear to all of you? Any amount of new money that is created, it will be most inflationary. And mind you, somebody might say, sir, but sir, here this can also contribute to inflation. Here it can contribute to inflation. Please read the statements, or let's say, right, the directives which are given by UPSC in the question paper. The question paper basically says, if there are more than one options which are correct for the question, choose the one which is most appropriate. Is it okay? Choose the one which is most appropriate, right? That is the reason. So Right option for this particular question will be any money that is created new and supplied in the market, essentially that will contribute to, right, inflation, and it is the most inflationary in the market. Everybody is okay with the question number 16 now? Everybody is okay with the question number 16. Can I go to question number 17? Right, somebody will say, sir, what about repayment of public debt? Can this contribute to inflation? Yes, possibility is there. But the inflation that can be caused because of new creation of money or new money created, that will be much, much larger. That would be much, much larger. And question is, which is the most inflationary? Borrowing from the public to finance a budget deficit. If government will borrow, the money supply in the economy will go down. Government will use it to spend, yes. But the money which is already there in the economy is basically shifting from one side to the other side. Borrowing from the banks to finance budget deficit. Again, money is already there in the system. Government is borrowing and spending. But look at option D. The option D is creating new money. That is most inflationary. Everybody is okay? Ram Singh ji, have I addressed your question? Right, he said, explain. Right, I have explained all the 4 options now. Okay, right, let me go forward now. Question number 17. With reference to Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused or increased by which of the following? Demand pull inflation can be caused because of which of the following? Ram Singh, I'll explain, have patience. First one, expansionary policy, fiscal stimulus, inflation indexation of the wages, higher purchasing power, and rising interest rates. You can use the elimination method. You can easily get the answer, but let's not do that. What do you mean by demand pull inflation? Inflation, whenever it is caused because of higher demand. When the demand for goods and services will increase in the economy, and this will lead to higher market prices, this will cause inflation, and this is called as a demand pull inflation. Sir, example. My dear, let's say RBI will reduce interest rates, banks will also reduce interest rate. Now you will be able to take a loan at lesser rate of interest. Lot of us will take loan. What we will do with the loan? You will start purchasing, right? You will start purchasing more and more goods and services. Let's say all of us get very good jobs. Right, our salaries are increased. Right? Now, if you want to get very good salary, you will have to become MP. Right? You will have to become MP, 24% hike you will get. But otherwise, let's say all of us get very good jobs. Our salaries are also very good. Now, we will start purchasing more and more goods and services. That will again increase the demand. This will contribute to inflationary trend in the market. So everybody is okay. So whenever there is a higher demand for the goods and services, and that will cause inflation, this is called as a demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation. Let's start now. Expansionary policies. Expansionary policies means what? Whenever money supply increases, can this cause a demand pull inflation? Just now I've explained to you, if RBI will reduce interest rate, money supply increases. Done? First one is correct. Second one, fiscal stimulus. Fiscal stimulus. When there is a fiscal stimulus, what does it mean? The government of India will spend money to provide or to promote recovery. To promote growth, to promote recovery, they will spend money. That is called as a fiscal stimulus. Look at the term stimulus. Right? Very, very English term. Stimulus. So government will spend money to promote recovery, to promote growth. That is fiscal stimulus. Will this not increase money supply in the economy? Third one, inflation indexation of the wages. It simply means if inflation will change by 10 rupee, your incomes will change by 10 rupee. If inflation changes by 20 rupee, right, your income will change by 20 rupee. If this kind of indexation is done, do let me know. Will there be a higher demand? Will there be any change in the demand? No, because you are still earning the money which is sufficient to purchase same quantity of goods and services, compared to earlier situation. So third one incorrect. Higher purchasing power. If money that you have can purchase more and more goods and services, will this not increase the demand for goods and services in the market? Yes, right. This will actually increase the demand. And finally, rising interest rates. Right, rising interest rates. In case of higher interest rates, the borrowings will go down. If the borrowings will go down, essentially the demand for goods and services will go down. And one more way to look at this is, let's say if interest rates are higher, you and me, in order to earn more amount of interest, we will deposit money with the bank. If I deposit more money with the bank, right, the consumption will go down. So this is not going to contribute to, right, demand pull inflation. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct, and 4 is correct. Right option for the question will be option A. 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. Repeat third statement. Inflation indexation means, my dear, if inflation goes up by 10 rupee, you understand what do I mean by inflation going up by 10 rupee? Basket of goods and services will cost you 10 rupee more. Your salary will also be increased by 10 rupee. If salary is increased by 100 rupee, it is because the basket is costing 100 rupee more. In such cases, no, right? You will be able to purchase same quantity of goods and services as you were able to purchase earlier. This is not going to increase the demand. Okay, let me go forward. Question number 18. Which of the following brings out consumer price index number for industrial workers? Which of the following will bring out consumer price index for industrial workers? And by the way, if you people have read today's Hindu newspaper, you should have come across both of these, right? Let's say types of CPI. Two types of CPI were there in the newspaper today. One is CPI agriculture labor. Can anybody tell me why CPI agriculture labor was there in the newspaper today? And CPI IW was also there in the newspaper today. Can anybody tell me why? Let me see how many of you are reading newspapers. Let me check how many of you are actually reading newspapers. CPI AL was there in the newspaper because Manrega wages or Narega wages have been increased. Correct? Narega wages or Manrega wages have been increased in the range of 2 to 7%. Why CPI IW was there in the newspaper? The government of India has revised dearness allowance. Dearness relief and dearness allowance have been revised by the government. Both of them were mentioned in the newspaper today. So please be very, very careful. Which of the following will bring out CPI IW? Right option is the third one, the Labor Bureau. Right? Labor Bureau. Right? Please have a look at this particular table. Use it for revision. Please use it for revision. Question can be asked in one of these particular areas of CPI. So industrial worker, it is published by Ministry of Labor. Labor Bureau, right, essentially is a part of Ministry of Labor. Okay. So base year is 2016. Commodities are 463 in the basket. Right. The services plus goods are covered under this. Second one is agriculture labor. 1986 and 87 is the base year. 60 only goods, no services. This is essentially used to measure what is the change in the rural inflation, that is price levels in the rural part of India. Right? In addition to CPI rural, there is one more CPI AL here. Okay, so this is also published by Ministry of Labor. Part of this is Labor Bureau. Everybody is okay. Please be very, very careful. Expect one question from this particular area, that is CPI and WPI. One question generally will appear in the prelims examination. Okay, let's go forward now. Question number 19. Consider the following statements. Right. First one, the weightage of food in consumer price index is higher than, right, in the WPI. Second one, the WPI does not capture changes in the prices of services, which CPI does. The Reserve Bank of India has now adopted WPI as its key measure of inflation and to decide on the changing the key policy rates. Let's go one by one. The weightage of food in the consumer price index is higher than the WPI. Yes. If you look at WPI, somewhere in the range of 20% plus is the weightage given for food items. Because WPI essentially will look at three components, that is manufacturing items, right, electricity, the power, right, and the industrial goods, etc. So you will not directly be able to see the food products, but it is just around 20% plus. Whereas in case of CPI, the food and beverages has a weightage of around 46%. I am rounding off the number, right? 46%. It is around 46%. Is it okay? So obviously the CPI has a higher weightage of food compared to WPI. Yes, that is correct. And it should make perfect sense to you also. Even if you have not read, CPI is a retail inflation. That is, it is measuring, they are measuring at, right, let's say the retail level, which will affect all of us. Don't you think which will affect all of us should give very high weightage for food commodities? Because every household in India, especially middle class and lower income household, will spend a substantial part of their income on food commodities. So anyways, first statement is correct. WPI does not capture changes in the prices of services which CPI does. Yes, WPI doesn't track the prices of services. 697 commodities are there, but the goods only are present in the basket, services are not present. Whereas in case of CPI, overall headline I'm talking about, 299 commodities are there in the basket, goods plus services. Yes. The Reserve Bank of India has adopted WPI for making policies. No, the Reserve Bank of India uses CPI for policy making. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for question number 19 will be 1 and 2, option A. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay? Okay, let me go forward. Question number 20 now. Question number 20. A rise in general level of prices may be caused by, straightforward, very old question, right? Straightforward question. An increase in the money supply. If there is an increase in the money supply, can this cause inflation? Because somebody will ask me, sir, what do you mean by general level of prices? Right? When you talk about a basket of commodities, right, the prices of that is called as general level of prices. That's it. So inflation, can it be caused because of higher money supply? Yes. Decrease in the aggregate level of output. If the production will go down, can this contribute to inflation? Again, yes. Yes, it can also contribute to the inflation in the market. Come to the third one. Slightly tricky statement. Come to the third one. Increase in effective demand. Increase in effective demand. Now listen to me very carefully. What do you mean by effective demand? I will simply say, I want to purchase 10 kg of gold. Listen to my statement carefully. I want to purchase 10 kg of gold. Do I have sufficient amount of money to purchase 10 kg of gold? Answer is no. I can hardly afford 10 grams of gold now. So when you talk about aggregate demand in the market, please understand aggregate demand generally talks about overall supply, right? When the overall supply is seen, let's say 100 goods are supplied, we basically say that is the aggregate demand. Is it okay? 100 goods are supplied. But what if the people have money to purchase only 20 goods out of 100 goods? That 20 goods is called as effective demand. Is everybody able to understand the difference here? Please do let me know. Please do let me know. Sir, you can afford 1 lakh grams. My dear, I wish you were correct. I so wish, if God is listening right now, right, let this person, the statement of this person, let it become true. But alas, that is not the truth. I'll repeat it again. Ram Singh, my dear, listen to me carefully. A company is producing 100 goods and supplying in the market. That is called as aggregate demand. aggregate demand. But all the 100 goods, people may not have the money to purchase 100 goods. People may have only money to purchase, let's say, 30 goods. So whenever you have money using which you can purchase the goods, that is, demand will be backed by money. Demand will be backed by purchasing power. That is called as effective demand. Everybody is able to understand now? Aggregate is different, effective is different. Effective is part of aggregate only. Okay, so increase in the effective demand. What does it mean? People have money now. People can purchase more and more goods and services. They have money to purchase. Will this not contribute to demand for the goods and services? Yes. If the demand for the goods and services will go up, will it not contribute to inflation? Answer is yes. Everybody is okay? Right option for this question number 20 will be option D. Okay, so let me go to question number 21. Again, slightly tricky statements. Consider the following statements. Inflation benefits debtors. Inflation benefits bondholders. Right? Is it going to benefit both of them, one of them, or none of them? Right? So let's start. Inflation benefits debtors. Inflation benefits bondholders. Listen to me very carefully. Please listen to me carefully. Lot of you will be confused. Lot of you will make mistake when these kind of statements are given in the prelims examination. Whenever inflation is there, I repeat, whenever inflation is there, lenders will not get the benefit of inflation. Borrowers will get the benefit of inflation. Is the statement okay? Explanation I'm yet to give. Is the statement okay? Don't say repeat the explanation. I'm yet to give you explanation. I'll repeat the statement here. Whenever inflation is there, borrowers get the benefit of inflation, not the lenders. And before I go forward, listen to me carefully. Please do not equate benefit with profit. Lot of you will make a mistake here itself. You will equate benefit with profit. Somebody will say how both are different. I believe both are one and the same. You are wrong, right? Both are one and the same. Let me ask you a simple question. All of you have got vaccinated during pandemic. Did you get the benefit of vaccination? Did you get profit of vaccination? Do let me know. All of you got vaccinated, including me, by the way. We got vaccinated. Did I get benefit of vaccination or did I get profit of vaccination? We'll say we got the benefit of vaccination. Some benefit we have got because of vaccination. So benefit is not equivalent to profit. Benefit is not equivalent to profit. Be aware of this. Now come to the point. Why do I say during inflation or when there is inflation, borrowers will get the benefit of it, not lenders? And by the way, can I simply say bond holders are lenders here? Do let me know in the chat section. And debtors are basically borrowers. Is it okay? Debtor means somebody who has borrowed, right? A lender or bondholder means somebody who has given money, right? You have given money, you got a bond. So you have given, right, a loan here. You are a lender. Now question is how? How during inflation borrowers get the benefit of inflation? Listen to me carefully. I will take a loan. I will return the loan after 1 year. But in the span of 1 year, don't you think the purchasing power of money would have gone down? So can I basically translate all of this into one statement? I took a loan when the purchasing power was higher. I returned the loan when the purchasing power was lesser. So who is getting the benefit when there is inflation in the market? Can I simply say I am getting a benefit as a borrower? Do let me know. On the other side, imagine you're a lender. Imagine you're a lender. You gave money when the purchasing power was higher and you got the money back when the purchasing power was lesser. So are you getting the benefit of inflation? No, you are not getting the benefit. Borrower is getting the benefit. So everybody is okay. Question number 21. Right option is one only A. Is it okay? Is it okay? Monu Chaudhary, my dear, interest that is paid by the borrower is for the benefit of borrowing. I will not pay interest because inflation is there. Please understand that. I'll pay interest because I've taken money from you. Is everybody okay? Are you able to understand? Right? In that case, please ask your parents, how many of them have taken loan with change in the inflation? Again, inflation. Will the bank automatically change their lending rate? Do think of this. Please do think of it. If you still have doubt, ask your parents. Just because inflation changes, bank will not change interest rate. Bank will change interest rate when RBI changes interest rates. Right? Is it okay? Okay. Now, question number 22. Let me go forward. Okay. Nitin, so can we deduce that banks have less profit when inflation is higher? No. Again, you're making a mistake here. Will the bank collect, let's say, 6 rupees for every 100 rupee given? Yes. Bank will collect 6 rupees only. But can you, right, basically say that this 6 rupee now, including the principal of 100 rupee, has a lesser purchasing power compared to what it was 1 year ago? That is the point. That is the point. That's the reason I said, please don't equate profit with benefit. Benefit is different. Profit is different here. Okay. Anyways, question number 22. With reference to central bank digital currencies, consider the following statements. Central bank digital currency, that is digital rupees. Right? In case of India, RBI has introduced digital rupees. It is possible to make payments in a digital currency without using US dollar or SWIFT system. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. And that is one of the central features of CBDC. If you have a digital currency, you do not have to be dependent on dollars. Why? It can be transferred digitally. Right? The payment can be done digitally. The receiving of the payment can be done digitally. Why do you require a SWIFT system? Why do you require a dollar to be, right, let's say converting rupee into dollar and back like this? Not required. You can directly do this. Second one, a digital currency can be distributed with the condition programmed into such a time frame for spending it. Yes, can be done. RBI is not doing it, but can be done. That's a reason. Can be. Right? Can a currency be programmed in such a way that before certain time period you are supposed to use it? Yes, it can be. RBI has not done this. It can be done. Okay. So both the statements are true. Right option for question number 22 will be option C here. Everybody is okay? Shona, where can we get the PDF? My dear, you will get the PDF once the session is over. I'll update this. I'll upload this in my Telegram channel. You can download it from there. Okay. Can we go forward? Why not buy our currency? Netra, my dear, what is the question? What is the complete question? Second point, samajh nahi aaya, sir. My dear Ram Singh, imagine RBI will issue, right, a digital rupee. Right, and digital rupee by nature means what? There is a program. Program means through computer this is generated and given to you. And when this program is made, RBI can simply say, put it in the program that in the next 1 year, this digital rupee, you will have to use it. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. RBI has not done it. Is it okay? Right? Can you program in such a way that, right, this digital rupee can be used within specific period of time? Yes, that can be done. That's a point I'm talking about here. Okay, question number 23. Which one of the following statements correctly describes the meaning of legal tender money? Legal tender money. Okay, the money which is tendered in courts of law to defray the legal fees. No. The money which is, right, a creditors under the compulsion of accepting in settlement of claims. Yes, this is in fact the definition of legal tender money. The RBI website gives the same definition. What is the definition? Legal tender money essentially represents that form of a money which shall be accepted which shall be accepted whenever it is used for settling a debt. Whenever it is used for making a payment, that is called as legal tender money. So the option B, straightforward question. This is a straightforward question. Please don't make a mistake in these kind of questions as well. So legal tender money. Now let me ask you one question. Is a check a legal tender money? Do let me know. Is a check a legal tender money? If you purchase something in, let's say, a store, right, or let's say airport, etc., can you make payment in the form of a check, and will they accept it? Must they accept it? Answer is no. Absolutely no, right? Check is not a legal tender money, right? It is not a legal tender money. It has not been recognized by the government as a legal tender. But can you make payment in the form of, let's say, cash? Yes. Can you make payment in the form of, let's say, credit card? Yes. Debit card? Yes. Right? So I hope you understand. Check is not a legal tender money, whereas cash is a legal tender money. Right? And is there any compulsion on the seller to accept it? Absolutely no compulsion. The seller or the service provider may or may not accept it. They may or may not accept it. There is no guarantee that they will reject. There is no guarantee they will accept it. It all depends on the confidence of the seller on the, right, let's say, the person who is buying. If I know you, I will accept the payment in the form of a check. But if I'm looking at you for the first time in my, let's say, last 30 years, I'll simply say, sorry, sir, I don't have faith. Sorry, madam, I don't have faith on your payment. Please make a payment in the form of cash. Okay, done. So question number 23, straightforward. Right option is option B. Okay. Next, question number 24. Consider the following statements. The Governor of Reserve Bank of India is appointed by the central government. If UPSC may repeat the question, I'll bet these kind of questions will be repeated. Why? You're seeing RBI Governor's appointment, correct? RBI Governor was appointed very, very recently. So suddenly these kind of questions can be repeated by UPSC. Be aware of it. The Governor of Reserve Bank of India is appointed by the central government. Yes. Yes, the central government will appoint the RBI Governor. RBI Governor's position is not a constitutional position. It is not a constitutional position. Right? So essentially under the RBI Act of 1934, under the RBI Act of 1934, there are provisions where it simply says there shall be one governor and up to 4 deputy governors. So the government of India, right, using the provisions of the RBI Act, will appoint RBI Governor. Okay, first one. Certain provisions in the Constitution of India, underline the term Constitution of India, give the central government the right to issue directions to RBI in public interest. No. There is absolutely no provision in the Constitution of India which will basically say that government will issue directive to RBI. But let me put this statement in a different way. What if UPSC will say like this? This is the statement. Instead of this, let's say a second statement, there is one more statement. What if I say, is there a provision under the RBI Act of 1934 using which government can issue directives to RBI? Do let me know. Is there any provision under the RBI Act of 1934 using which government can issue directives to RBI? Answer is yes. There is section 7. There is section 7 using which RBI can issue directives to RBI to follow a specific directive or a specific order. But that is generally issued once they consult RBI and then they use section 7. The Governor of Reserve Bank of India draws his powers from Reserve Bank of India Act. Yes, the powers, right, the responsibilities, the duties, etc., all of them basically are from, right, essentially the RBI Act of 1934. Right, Arun Singh, my dear, FRBM, how FRBM is connected to the government order, please do let me know. So first one is correct, third one is correct. Right option for question number 24 is option C, 1 and 3 only. Okay, let me go forward now. Question number 25. Question number 25. Let's start. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. If the inflation is too high, RBI is likely to buy government securities. Think of it. If inflation is high, will RBI purchase government securities or sell government securities? If inflation is too high, RBI purchases, RBI buys government securities. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. RBI will buy the government securities. Let me see how many of you will basically follow whatever I say and say yes, 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 you're absolutely right, etc. If RBI will buy government securities, money supply will increase. And if the money supply will increase, it will contribute more to inflation. It will contribute to more inflation, right? So whenever inflation is higher, RBI will sell the government securities so that money supply can be reduced. Money supply can be taken out from the market, right? That will help RBI in controlling inflation. Now let's start. If the inflation is too high, RBI is likely to buy government securities. This will contribute, right? This is essentially going to contribute to inflation. Everybody is okay with the statement 1? It will contribute to inflation. Simply or blindly do not follow whatever I say. Focus on the discussion. That's the reason I essentially twisted that particular statement. First one is wrong. Somebody says use elimination now. I will not use. If the rupee is rapidly depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. Again, can you connect most of these statements to what is happening in the current affairs? I hope you understand. Can you connect most of these to what is happening in the current affairs? RBI is doing a lot of this even today. And the question was asked back in 2022. So let's start. If rupee is rapidly depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. Yes. Right? How? Let's start. If rupee is depreciating, what does it mean? Right? What does it mean? The supply of rupee in the forex market is higher. The supply of rupee is higher. And when the supply of rupee is higher, automatically rupee will start depreciating in the forex market. So what does RBI do? RBI will take dollars from the forex reserves, sell the dollars, and in return purchase rupees. Is it okay? Right? RBI will sell the dollars and in return purchase rupees. Right? So what is the statement? If rupee is depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars. Yes, statement is true. Third one, if interest rates in the USA or European Union were to fall, interesting statement. That is likely to induce RBI to buy dollars. If interest rates in USA or European Union were to fall, that will basically induce RBI to buy dollars. Correct, statement is true. But what is the argument? What is the connection? Let me explain. Listen to me carefully. If interest rates in USA will go down, lot of investors will bring money and start investing in India. Why? Emerging market. Simple. India is one of the emerging market. So when foreign investors will bring money and start investing in India, dollar supply will start increasing. Demand for rupee will start increasing. So what does RBI do now? RBI is essentially going to purchase these excess dollars which are present in the forex market. Otherwise, what will happen? Too much of a supply of dollar will yield higher demand for rupees. Rupee will start appreciating very, very fast. Right? So you do not want sudden appreciation or sudden depreciation of the rupee in the domestic market. So in such cases, RBI is likely to buy dollars. Third statement is also correct. Second and third, both of them are correct. Right option is option B for question number 25. Everybody is okay with question number 25 now? Please do let me know. Anybody has a doubt? Everybody is okay with question number 25. Can we move forward now? Okay, before going forward, if you have any kind of questions, any doubts regarding any question, please do let me know. Some of the students are asking regarding one question, I believe question number 10. Sir, human capital formation. I'm not able to understand the fourth point. How intangible assets are connected to human capital formation. My dear, if the government will invest in education, skilling the labor, etc., with better skill set, will I not become a better worker? If I become a better worker with, right, let's say better qualification or better skill set, can I generate intangible wealth? Yes or no? Can I generate intangible wealth? That was the argument, I believe, in question number 10. Hence, I said fourth point is also correct. Okay, Ram Singh, what will happen if rupee appreciates? My dear, if rupee will start appreciating, it will basically destabilize a lot of economic events that are happening in India. Just like rupee depreciation will make, I hope you understand, rupee depreciation will make imports costlier. Rupee appreciation will also have an impact on, let's say, the trade that we are doing. It will have an impact on imports as well as exports. Right? So either sudden appreciation, sudden depreciation, both are not good for India. Okay, that's the reason RBI will essentially, right, try to interfere in the market and stabilize the exchange rate. Shalini Khandelwal, depreciation technical meaning. My dear, whenever the recession will continue for 3 or more than 3 years, that will essentially mean depreciation. Right, one definition, that will essentially mean depreciation. Okay. Question number 14. Okay, I have answered that. Saran Lakhani, sir, could you explain solving the question 17 by graph method? Why? Why do you want to keep on creating graphs in the preliminary examination? Use the graph to solve the question. Please don't waste your time by all of that. I hope you understand. Not required. Why? My dear, you have one, right? I hope you understand. You have very limited time and you have 100 questions to solve. You want to draw a graph and keep on solving the questions with the graph? Absolutely no. I am not in favor of that kind of approach. I am not in favor. Why? It will take a lot of time. And during examination, all of you will be in tension. I know this. All of you will be in tension. There is a very funny saying about how your brain will operate during exam. The statement goes like this: my brain is a very funny thing. During examination, there is nothing right in the left and there is nothing left in the right. So why do you want to keep on drawing graph, etc., etc.? I'm not in favor of that. Okay, Richie, sir, why CPI is used by RBI? My dear, compare WPI and CPI, which is a better indicator to find out which price levels are affecting us. Right, which is affecting us? It is, right, the CPI. It is the CPI which is affecting a common man. That's the reason RBI has been using CPI as a nominal anchor. I'll repeat the technical term now. Nominal anchor. UPSC can give you that statement. Nominal anchor. CPI is used as nominal anchor. Right, suddenly UPSC will give that particular statement. You will keep on shouting in the examination hall as well as outside the hall, because I did not use the term, right, nominal anchor. So CPI is used as a nominal anchor. Okay, now let me continue. Again, let's cover certain more questions. Any more doubts, I'll pick it up later. In India, central banks function as the lender of last resort usually refers to which of the following? Usually refers to which of the following? Lending to trade and industry bodies when they fail to borrow from other sources. Does RBI provide loans to companies? Does RBI provide loans to lender or industry bodies? Absolutely no. Right? RBI will give loan to, right, let's say different types of banks. Banks will give loans to different types of borrowers. First statement incorrect. Providing liquidity to the banks during a temporary crisis. Yes. Lending to governments to finance budgetary deficit. No. Please remember this. Please remember. Somebody was mentioning about FRBM. My dear, under FRBM, earlier we were allowed to basically borrow from RBI. Before FRBM, we were allowed to borrow from RBI. In fact, we followed a concept called as a monetized deficit. We do not follow that today. Monetized deficit has been discontinued after FRBM was introduced. From the year 2006, we have discontinued. So now if you simply say what is the function of RBI in the context of the government, RBI will provide short-term loans to Government of India under the concept of ways and means advances. Sripath ji is already giving the answer. You can check it out. Second, right, RBI will act as a banker to the government. That is the context of lending. RBI will basically collect the charges, make a payment on behalf of the Government of India. RBI will maintain the public debt, that is essentially issue, borrow, right, deposit the money into the account of Government of India. That is essentially the role of RBI in the context of the government, right? That is the reason RBI is called as a banker to the government. But in the context of the banks, RBI is a regulator. But in addition to being a regulator, RBI is lender of last resort. That is, let's say, a bank has an emergency. A bank has an emergency. In such cases of emergency, whenever they are falling short of money, can they borrow from RBI? Yes, they are allowed to borrow from RBI. Hence, RBI is referred to as lender of last resort. Right option is option B for question number 26. Done? Okay. Right, let me go forward. Question number 27. Those who are having doubts, again I reiterate myself. Hold on to your doubts. Let me cover a couple of more questions. I will ask you after some time any doubts. Please ask me then. Because now you will ask, I'm busy discussing, your chart will go up and Nitin will basically say, thanks for ignoring my questions in the class, despite asking twice or thrice. Somebody will say, this fellow doesn't answer only, despite me asking 4 times. My dear, the chart will keep on going upwards like this. Should I discuss or should I keep on looking at the chart? So, hold on to your questions. I know, lot of questions. Keep your questions. When I ask you any question, ask me. Okay, question number 27. The money multiplier in an economy increases with which one of the following? Increase in the cash reserve ratio, increase in the statutory liquidity ratio, increase in the banking habit of the people, increase in the population of the country. What do you mean by money multiplier? Do let me know what do you mean by money multiplier. Money multiplier, please understand, essentially means what is, right? Again, before going forward, please have a look at this. This question was asked in 2019 and again asked in 2021. Same question repeated. Okay. Now, what is a money multiplier? What is the maximum, I'll repeat the statement, what is the maximum money that can be created using the monetary base? To what extent money supply can be changed when the monetary base will change? That is called as a money multiplier. Right? For example, if RBI will print 100 rupee, supply this in the market because of the fractional reserve system. Fractional reserve system, the money supply will change because that 100 rupee will enter into the bank. Bank will issue loan. Again, the money will come into the bank. Again, the bank will issue loan. So on and so forth, the cycle will continue. So, with the change in the monetary base, which is essentially M0, technically M0, how much will be the change in the overall money supply? That is called as money multiplier. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. Now, increase in the cash reserve ratio. If RBI will increase the cash reserve ratio, banks will keep more deposits, right? More of the deposits collected will be kept with RBI. Will this increase money multiplier? Absolutely no. Increase in the banking habit of the population? Yes, I'll come to that. Increase in the statutory liquidity ratio. If RBI will increase SLR, the bank has to keep more money with itself. Will this not reduce the amount of loans given by the bank? Yes. Will the money multiplier increase? No, it will go down. What about D? Increase in the population of economy? No way. Just because the population increases, that is not a guarantee that the money multiplier increases. In that case, imagine what should be our money multiplier since 1960s. With the kind of population explosion, not growth, population explosion that we have experienced, what could have been our money multiplier? So no, there is no connection to the population. Just because population changes, money multiplier doesn't change. Right option is increasing banking habit of the people. If people will start depositing more and more money, will keep, let's say, fixed deposit, other bank deposits, etc., automatically now the banks will have more money to lend in the market. That will increase the money supply. It will contribute to higher money multiplier. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. Everybody is okay? Question number 27, which has been repeated in 21 and 2019. Right option is, right option C here. In this case, option C. In this case, option B. Right? Just they have flipped the options. That's it. Okay. Right? So next question, question number 28. If you withdraw, right? This is one more question. Again, I think this was asked in 2021 or 22. If you withdraw 1 lakh rupees in cash from your demand deposit account from your bank, the immediate effect on the aggregate money supply in the economy. Will the money supply in the economy increase, decrease? It will remain same? What will happen? My dear, please understand. They're asking you immediate effect. Underline this. They're asking you immediate effect. They're not saying there is a fractional reserve system. After fractional reserve system, what will happen, etc. No. You have taken 1 lakh rupee from your bank account. What will happen to money supply? Money supply will remain unchanged. That's it. Money supply will remain unchanged. Why? Instead of keeping money in your bank, you have in your hand. How does it change the money supply in the economy? So immediately, will there be any change in the money supply? No, it will remain unchanged. Question number 28. It will remain unchanged, right? Because again, I repeat this. Instead of keeping in bank account, you have money in the cash. That's it. Right? Instead of bank account, you have money in your pocket. It doesn't change the money supply in the economy. Money supply immediately will remain same. Okay, question number 28. Right option is option D. 29 now. If the RBI decides to adopt expansionist monetary policy, which of the following it will not do? Which of the following it will not do? Okay, so cut and optimize a statutory liquidity ratio, increase marginal standing facility rate, cut the bank rate and repo rate. If RBI decides to adopt expansionist policy, read the statements very carefully. Please read the statement very carefully. A lot of you are making mistakes. I can see in the options that you are typing, you are making mistakes. If RBI decides to adopt an expansionist monetary policy, which means money supply has to increase, which of the following RBI will not do? Which means you'll have to find out which of the tools will reduce money supply. Is it okay? Which of the tools will reduce money supply rather than increasing money supply? Let's start. Cut and optimize SLR. It will increase money supply, but that is not the question. Increase marginal standing facility rate, MSF, under which you can borrow from RBI in case of emergency on any working day, right, from RBI. That is marginal standing facility. So if RBI will increase MSF, don't you think banks will not prefer to borrow from RBI? Banks will not prefer to borrow from RBI. It will rather reduce the liquidity. Cut the bank rate and repo rate. If RBI will reduce the repo rate, money supply will increase. Right? So first and third are expansionary policies. Is it okay? First and third are expansionary policies. But the question is, which of the following RBI will not adopt? That will be the second one. Everybody is okay? That will be the second one. RBI will not adopt the second one if they want to increase money supply. Right option will be option B. Lot of you were typing option C because you were not reading the second part of the statement correctly. I could see that a lot of you basically said, easy question, 1-3, 1-3, right? Option C, option C, option C. In the exam also, you will do the same thing. Come out and you'll be very happy. Finally, one question, at least in economics, I did correctly. right? He taught so many classes. At least one question I was able to solve by looking at the classes. And your friend will say, you made a mistake there also. And now what you will do? You will blame me there also. Right? The beauty of the behavior of the students is, there also you will blame me only, because you did not read the question correctly. Okay, right? Cut and optimize statutory liquidity ratio. My dear, if SLR will go down, I will have to keep lesser amount of deposit with me. I will lend more in the market. SLR is that. How much deposits that I've collected, I will have to keep with myself, is called as SLR. If SLR is reduced, right, I'll basically lend more, increase money supply. That is expansionist. Okay, question number 30. Let's start. Which of the following statements is or are correct regarding Monetary Policy Committee, MPC 2017? It decides RBI's benchmark interest rates. Yes, correct. RBI's benchmark interest rate is what? Repo rate. Who announces changes in the repo rate? It is done by MPC. MPC, Monetary Policy Committee. Yes. It is a 12-member body including Governor of RBI and is reconstituted every year. Absolutely no. And by the way, if you are reading newspapers, you will know this. Some members in the MPC were appointed very recently by Government of India. Is it okay? Some members were very recently appointed by Government of India. So again, MPC question can be asked. It is a 12-member body? No, it is a 6-member body. Okay, it is a 6-member body. If it functions under the chairmanship of Union Finance Minister? No, it is not under the chairmanship of Finance Minister. It is under the chairmanship of RBI Governor. RBI Governor. So first is correct, second and third are incorrect. Right option for question number 30 will be option A. Option A is the right one. Okay. So question number 31 now. When the Reserve Bank of India reduces the statutory liquidity ratio by 50 basis points, which of the following is likely to happen? A lot of you will look at the 50 basis points and you will get stuck up there only. I hope you understand. A lot of you will look at the 50 basis points and you will get stuck there only. Why? No book has given what will happen when 25 basis points will be changed. No book will give you what will happen where 100 basis points will change. Nobody will tell you what will happen when 250 basis points will change. My dear, don't get stuck up with the number here. Question is simple. If SLR is reduced, what is likely to happen? What is likely to happen? India's GDP growth rate increases drastically. Will anybody say this is correct? If you say this is correct, then my dear, we should have reduced SLR multiple times to drastically increase the GDP of India multiple times. That doesn't happen, right? Doesn't happen. Okay. So A is incorrect. Foreign institutional investors may bring more capital into our country. No, right? There is no connection here. Because please understand, if SLR is reduced, what is likely to happen is that banks may reduce their lending rate. That's it. Banks may reduce their lending rate. And again, I'm not saying banks will reduce lending rate. I'm saying banks may reduce the lending rate. Can anybody tell me why they will say banks may reduce and why not banks will cut the lending rate? Let me know in the chat section. Why they will say banks may reduce the lending rate and why not banks will cut or must cut the lending rate? Reason is very simple. Please listen carefully. If SLR is, let's say, 18%, banks generally have more than 18% of the deposits under SLR. Is my statement clear to all of you? I'll explain it. Please listen to me carefully. If SLR is 18%, that is, we'll have to keep SLR in the form of cash, gold, or approved securities such as government securities. If banks would have collected, let's say, 100 crore deposits, do you think they will strictly meet just 18%? Do you think they'll just have 18% under SLR? No, they will have more than 18% in fact. Some banks, when they have a 100 crore deposit, they might have, let's say, 20 CR, 22 CR, 25 CR in fact. Why? Reason is simple, my dear. If you are investing in government securities, are you taking any risk there? Think of it. And Rakesh Gowda ji, you are simply saying no interest for SLR. My dear, you tell me. If you are investing in government securities, are you taking risk in India? Almost risk-free. I am saying almost. Right? There is a risk but negligible. Very, very safe instrument. But at the same point of time, are you not earning interest on it? Are you not earning interest on it? Yes. And that is the precise reason many of the banks, if SLR is 18% of the deposits collected, they will have more than 18% kept under SLR. All of you are able to understand this. So when RBI will reduce it by 50 basis points, does it mean they will have more money to lend now? The banks will say, when you said 18, I had 21% in SLR. If you reduce SLR by 50 basis points, doesn't make much of a difference for me. Right? That's the reason banks may cut the lending rates. Banks will not, right, compulsorily not cut the lending rates. And moreover, right now, under external benchmarking, which has been implemented from 2019, based on the Janak Raj committee recommendation, the lending rates, most of them are connected to repo rate. Is it okay? They are connected to repo rate. Right? So even if the banks want to cut lending rate, they will look at repo rate, not SLR specifically. Everybody is okay? Right option for question number 31 is option C now. Question number 32. Question number 32. What is or are the purpose or the purposes of marginal cost of funds based lending rate announced by RBI? Right? What is or are the purpose or the purposes of MCLR? Okay, listen to me carefully. Historically, if you see, there are different types of lending rates which are used in India. Right? Initially, we had, right, the primary lending rate. Then we had benchmark primary lending rate. Then we had a base rate regime. Then we had MCLR rate. And from 2016, we had MCLR. And from 2019, we have external benchmarking. EB is external benchmarking. Okay, not English board. External benchmarking. So from 2019, we have introduced external benchmarking. What was the logic of introducing the marginal cost of funds based lending rate? Very simple concept. Under the earlier regimes, there was no efficient monetary policy transmission. I'll repeat the statement. Monu Chaudhary, listen to me carefully. Okay. Earlier, there was no monetary policy transmission which was efficient. Now, what do you mean by monetary policy transmission? If RBI will reduce interest rate, let's say repo rate, you expect the banks also to reduce lending rate, as a result of which more loans must be issued. Correct? More loans must be issued. What if RBI reduces a lending rate by 50 basis points, that is 0.5%, and banks will reduce their lending rate by 0.01%. Think of it. One example, banks will reduce their lending rate by 0.01%. And second, banks will reduce a lending rate by, right, let's say 0.4%. Now, is it okay if I say there will be better transmission? I'll repeat the statement. There will be more or better transmission of monetary policy in the second case compared to first case. That is called as monetary policy transmission. Everybody is okay? So earlier, RBI said there is no efficient monetary policy transmission. So in 2016, RBI introduced MCLR, marginal cost of funds based lending rate. And do not try to memorize it. Try to remember this like this. I will basically split up MCLR into groups. Look at the split up now. All of you please observe. This is how you make economics easier. You don't have to memorize everything. Marginal cost of funds based lending rate. Is everybody able to see the pauses that I'm taking in between? I'll repeat it again. Marginal cost of funds based lending rate. Now, what will you understand when you take pauses like this and understand the statement? If there is even a small change, marginal means a small change. If there is even a small change in the cost of funds, what do you mean by cost of funds? Bank will borrow from customers. Banks will borrow from RBI. Banks will borrow from industries and pay rate of interest. That is called as cost of funds. So if there is even a small change in the cost of funds for a bank, then lending rate should also be adjusted. Is everybody able to follow the term MCLR now? Do let me know in the chat section. Is everybody able to follow the term MCLR? You don't have to memorize, you don't have to, right, basically ratify everything. If there is a small change in your rate of, if the cost of funds, then change the rate of interest. That is called as MCLR. And what would be the objective now? Think of it. What would be the objective? Can I simply say RBI wants to make transmission much more transparent. RBI wants to make interest rates which are fair to the borrowers. RBI wants the banks to lend more and more loans whenever RBI will cut the rate of interest. RBI wants to ensure banks will also not lose out. Customers or the borrowers will also not lose out. Look at the two options. Look at the two statements now. These guidelines help improve the transparency in the methodology followed by the banks for determining interest rates on advances. Everybody will say this is correct now. Anybody has a problem? Everybody will say this is correct. And if somebody says I have a problem, then keep the problem. I'll address it after some time. These guidelines help ensure availability of bank credit at interest rates which are fair to the borrowers as well as banks. Right? Second statement is also equally true. So both the statements are true. Right option will be option C, both 1 and 2. Everybody is okay with question number 32. Right option is option C. Question number 33. With reference to India, consider the following statements. Retail investors through demat accounts can invest in the treasury bills and the government of India debt bonds in the primary market. Okay, Ram Singh, my dear, am I correct in my assessment that you are not from English medium? Do let me know. And nothing wrong, by the way. Okay, don't take it negatively. Am I correct in my assessment? Right? Why I'm saying this? The term transmission is basic English term. Okay, nothing wrong if you're from a Hindi medium or other medium. Nothing wrong. I don't have any problem. Right? So argument is the transmission means transfer. Transmission means what is, right? Let's say the transfer, how the transfer is happening. Right? If you say, no sir, I'm from English medium, then I would request you focus on comprehension reading. Please focus on comprehension reading, right? You're slightly weaker in that particular area. Again, this is an advice from my side, just like a committee recommendation to Government of India. You can take it, you can criticize me, you can basically say, who are you to tell me? Even the Government of India or Supreme Court of India cannot ask me to do anything. Supreme Court of India says, have a thicker skin. Right? Don't be so much, right? Let's say small-minded that even a joke cannot be taken by you people. Hence, FIR cancel, cancel, cancel. I do know that, right? And you also should know that. But my concern is simple. These are very simple English terms. If you're finding these difficult, then English comprehension, CSAT paper will be slightly difficult for you. So, focus on that. Okay, let's continue. With reference to India, consider the following statements. Retail investors through demat accounts can invest in treasury bills and Government of India debt bonds in the primary market. Alright, don't say sorry, my dear. Ramji, don't say sorry. Nothing wrong in asking questions. Please do let me know when did I say it is wrong for you to ask questions to me. Right? Ask questions. Absolutely no problem. Please ask questions. Okay. Retail investors through demat accounts can invest in treasury bills and Government of India bonds in the primary market. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct, right? So RBI now allows you and me, retail means individual investors, right? You are also a retail investor. I am also, right, a retail investor. So are we allowed to invest in government bonds in the primary market? What do you mean by primary market? Whenever this instrument has been issued in the market for the first time. This instrument is introduced in the market for the first time. This is called as primary market. Is it okay? Now, when the instrument is issued, I'll purchase. Can I sell it again in the market? Yes. For example, you must have heard of stock market, share market, NSE, BSE. So the instruments which are already there in the market, which have already been issued, you can use these instruments for trading in the market. That is essentially called as secondary market. Secondary, primary, new issuance. Secondary, old instruments are traded or already issued instruments are traded. Okay. So retail investors through demat accounts. Yes, you are supposed to have a demat account. In any case you want to purchase, you want to trade, you are supposed to have a demat account. In fact, this has been made much more easier now, with RBI introducing the concept of a retail direct gilt scheme, RDS, retail direct gilt scheme. First statement is correct. Negotiated dealing system, order matching is government securities a trading platform of Reserve Bank of India. Yes. And remember two terms. One is e-Kuber. One is e-Kuber. E-Kuber is also a platform, a CBS which has been introduced by RBI, where RBI will auction government securities. Auction, sell government securities. But once you have purchased, you want to trade in the government securities. You want to sell it to somebody else. RBI has one more platform by the name of NDSOM. Negotiated dealing system, order matching. There you can trade the government securities, essentially secondary market. The Central Depository Services Limited is jointly promoted by RBI and the Bombay Stock Exchange. No, right? RBI is not there here. Bombay Stock Exchange is there along with many other investors. RBI is not the owner, right? But I simply will agree with you. Third statement is a difficult statement because generally students will not go to the extent of reading who are the owners of which entity, right? Who owns how much shares, etc. I do understand. Third one is slightly difficult. In such cases, try to use elimination method if it is possible. Okay. So first and second are correct. Right option, question number 33 is option B. Okay. Question number 34. The term core banking solutions is sometimes seen in the news. Which of the following statements best describes this particular term? Which is describing this particular term? Okay, what is a core banking solution? Earlier, right, let's say 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when you open a bank account, let's say you went to Karol Bagh branch, Karol Bagh, Delhi by the way, you went to Karol Bagh branch or let's say Rajendra Nagar branch and you open a bank account in SBI. You were allowed to operate only from that particular branch. No other branch, only in that branch. But a technology has been introduced which is essentially called as a core banking solution, where all of these particular banks and branches have been connected now. Right? Through the platform, they have been connected. So you can basically operate this bank account from any part of India. Doesn't matter. Any part of India you can operate. So it is the networking of banks branches or networking of a bank's branches which enable customers to operate their accounts from any branch of the bank on its network regardless of where they operate or where they open the accounts. Yes, that is true. This is essentially the definition of a CBS. It is an effort to increase the RBI's control over commercial banks through computerization. No, that is not the objective of CBS. No way is this the objective of CBS. It is a detailed procedure by which a bank with huge non-performing assets is taken over by another bank, right? Absolutely no. So 1 is correct, 2 and 3 are incorrect. Question number 34, option A is the right one. Okay, question number 35. Monu Chaudhary says, let's take a break. My dear, let's cover a couple of more questions. Then I'll address some of your questions and then I'll take the break. Question number 35. Consider the following statements in respect of digital rupee. Digital rupee. Okay. It is a sovereign currency issued by Reserve Bank of India in alignment with monetary policy. Now listen to me carefully. They have used the term digital rupee, but essentially, right, it is nothing but CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Central Bank Digital Currency. And what is the Central Bank Digital Currency? Like I said earlier, instead of printing the currency note and giving to you, RBI will create a digital copy of the currency note and transfer into your account. Is everybody okay? Just like you have wallets or you had wallets under Paytm, you could transfer money in this wallet. You have wallets, right, with other, let's say, the fintech companies. In the same way, the RBI says open a wallet, right, with respect to the bank in which you have an account, open a wallet. And instead of keeping money in your bank account, now the money in digital form will be present in the wallet. That is essentially Central Bank Digital Currency. Is everybody okay? That is CBDC. It is a sovereign currency issued by RBI in alignment with monetary policy. Yes. Right? Just like printing and issuing currency notes, they are issuing digital notes. That's it. Only difference is it is a digital here, it is a physical here. Apart from that, everything else remains same. First one is correct. Second one, it appears as a liability on RBI's balance sheet. A lot of students will make a mistake here. Right? It appears as a liability on RBI's balance sheet. My dear, whether it is digital rupee or physical rupee, doesn't matter. Any currency for that matter will be registered or will be kept as liability of RBI. Is my statement clear to all of you? I'll tell you why. Listen to me carefully. Whether it is, right, let's say 50 rupee currency note or whether it is, right, let's say digital copy of 50 rupees, it doesn't matter. It will be kept as a liability in the balance sheet of RBI. It will be kept as a liability. Now, many of the students will say, why, sir? Why it is kept as a liability? Please understand, there is a statement by the name of balance sheet. Okay, balance sheet. Commerce students will be very happy now. Finally, something that I've studied in my graduation, they are discussing. My dear, balance sheet essentially will have two sides. One is, right, the liability side and the other one is asset side. One is the liability side and the other one is asset side. And commerce students will be much more happy now. Why? Others don't worry. The commerce students will be happy because I've written the balance sheet exactly as they have by-hearted. Liability should be on the left side. Assets should be on the right side. That is one principle or one, right, let's say concept that they would have memorized. Even if you ask them to wake up in midnight, they will tell the same thing. Liability left side, asset right side. Now let's start. Let's start the game now. Imagine RBI will print 100 rupees. RBI will print 100 rupees and RBI will give it to a bank. Now tell me, will RBI give this 100 rupee just like that? Think of it. Will RBI give this 100 rupees just like to a bank, just like this, and RBI Governor will say, take it, right? Ja Simran ji le apni zindagi. Will the RBI Governor say that? Absolutely no. RBI Governor says, if I give you 100 rupee on one hand, from one hand, give me something else worth 100 rupee in my other hand. So what will happen now? The bank will take 100 rupees and let's say the bank will give 100 rupee worth of bond to the RBI. Is it okay? Now RBI has received 100 rupee worth of a bond. Now tell me, very simple now. You tell me, this 100 rupee bond that you people are holding, is it not asset for you? Do let me know, right? The 100 rupee bond that you are holding in your hand, is it not? That is, if you are RBI Governor, is it not an asset for you? So you will write bond worth 100 rupee on the asset side. It's a balance sheet, which means you will have to balance it. That's the reason it is called as balance sheet. If 100 rupee of written on one side, you'll have to balance it by writing 100 rupee on the liability side. What is this 100 rupee? It is cash that you have issued. So now tell me, is it okay if I say any cash, digital, physical, doesn't matter. Any cash that is issued by RBI essentially will have to come under the liability side of a balance sheet of RBI. At least now, is it okay? Next time if you talk about, let's say, balance sheet of RBI, or if you look at, or if you're watching movie DDLJ, I'll guarantee you, you'll remember the balance sheet of RBI. Is it okay? Next time when you're watching DDLJ, you will remember economic terms, economic concepts, that is, you will remember balance sheet, liability, right, assets, etc., etc. That is how you make economy easier. Right? That is the reason you need to make it easier so that you can remember and answer the questions easily. Okay, now let's start. It appears as a liability on the RBI's balance sheet. Ram Singh, my dear, I bought a bond here because I needed to say why currency that is issued by RBI is a part of, right, the balance sheet. It is a liability in the balance sheet. Okay, it is insured against inflation by very design. Please tell me, any currency that is issued by RBI, physical or digital, doesn't matter. Is it connected to inflation? Is it going to be adjusted with the change in the inflation? Absolutely no. There is no protection, right, for this currency. This is incorrect. It is freely convertible against, right, commercial bank money and cash. Yes. Can you take this digital currency, right, give it to the bank and get cash instead of this? Absolutely yes. Absolutely correct. You will be able to exchange that. Okay. So fourth statement is true. 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Right option for question number 35 will be option D. Okay. Option D is the right one. Let me go to question number 36 now. Right. 36. Consider the following statements. 2024 question was asked. Syndicated lending spreads the risk of borrower default across multiple lenders. What is this idea of a syndicated lending? Let me give you a very brief idea of it. Let's say there is a businessman or a businesswoman. Doesn't matter, right? Let's say a businessman or a businesswoman. Because when I say businessman, somebody will basically write a mail to me later saying that you are basically glorifying only men in the class. Can't women be successful in India? Of course. Right? So businessman or businesswoman, doesn't matter. They want to borrow, let's say 5,000 crore rupees for a project. Right? For a project. Instead of one bank giving all of this 5,000 crore, let's say 4 banks will come together and right, basically provide this loan of 5,000 crore. My dear, this is called as syndicated lending. Is it okay? This is called as syndicated lending. Okay, Nitin, my dear, you're absolutely right. In case of Vijay Mallya ji, they had borrowed a syndicated loan itself. So syndicated lending spreads the risk of the borrowers across multiple lenders. Yes. Statement 2, the syndicated loan can be fixed amount or lump sum of funds but cannot be a credit line. What is the meaning of a credit line? Instead of giving you in one shot 5,000 crore rupees, instead of giving you 5,000 crore as one loan like this, the banks will basically say 5,000 crore is available to you. You can withdraw whenever you want to withdraw. After 1 month, you want to withdraw 100 crore. Yes, you can take it out. After, let's say 6 months, you want to withdraw 1,000 crore. Yes, you can take it out. That is called as line of credit. Is it okay? That is called as line of credit. So please understand, these particular syndicated loan or consortium loans can be in lump sum as well as a line of credit as well. So the statement 2 is incorrect. Everybody is okay? Statement 2 is incorrect. Right option for question number 36 will be option C. Option C is the right one. Okay, question number 37 now. With reference to urban cooperative banks in India, consider the following statements. And I've taken this particular question because UCBs are there in the newspaper, by the way. UCBs are there in the newspaper, right? And if you say, no, sir, right, where it is connected to newspapers, nothing is there in the newspaper regarding the urban cooperative banks, I will realize that you are not reading current affairs. By the way, let me ask you a very simple question. Is there any authority which has been proposed by Government of India as umbrella authority for urban cooperative banks in India? Let me know in the chat section. I'll repeat the question, by the way. Has the Government of India proposed any authority as an umbrella authority for only UCBs in India? If yes, do let me know what is the answer to that. With reference to urban cooperative banks, let's start. They are supervised and regulated by local boards set up by the state governments. Please understand, no. The state governments until earlier, they had certain powers. They had register of cooperative societies. Central government also has a registrar of cooperative societies. But in addition to the states basically regulating single state cooperative, center will regulate multi-state cooperative. But please understand, when I say regulate, very limited power. Most of the regulatory power is with RBI now. RBI, Reserve Bank of India. And this particular question, why it was asked, there is a particular reason for this. The reason is Government of India amended the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 in the year 2020. Is it clear to all of you? The Government of India amended the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 in 2020. And it was mainly focused on urban cooperative banks. And suddenly in 2021, question was asked by UPSC. So they can supervise, or they are supervised by state governments? No. They can issue equity shares and preference shares? Yes. With this amendment, with the amendment in 2020, now these urban cooperative banks, of course with the approval of a Reserve Bank of India, yes, they are allowed to issue bonds, they are allowed to issue, equity shares as well as preference shares and bonds. They are allowed now. Okay, second one is correct. They were brought under the purview of Banking Regulation Act of 1949 through an amendment of 1966 or amendment in 1966. Yes, the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 was amended in 1966, and the cooperative banks or urban cooperative banks which had a capital of more than 1 lakh rupees were brought under the ambit of the Banking Regulation Act, essentially meaning under the regulation of Reserve Bank of India. So third statement is correct. Right, so the right option for the question number 37, the right option will be option B, 2 and 3 only are correct. Is everybody okay? 2 and 3 are correct. Okay, so statement 2 and statement 3 are correct. Okay, option B is the right one. Question number 38 now. Consider the following statements. Capital adequacy ratio is the amount that the banks have to maintain in the form of their own funds to offset any loss that the banks incur if the account holders fail to repay dues. Now, what is this capital adequacy ratio? Listen to me carefully. There is an authority by the name of Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS. BCBS, okay? Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Can anybody tell me where is the headquarters of this Basel Committee on Banking Supervision? Please do let me know. Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, it is present in Basel, Switzerland. Okay, Basel. Okay, now, in the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, they have formed groups here, and these particular banks which are part of the Basel Committee, they will have to make policies, they will have to implement policies in order to protect the banking sector. So Basel 1 was implemented, Basel 2 was implemented, Basel 3 is being implemented. Under this, there is one ratio called as a capital adequacy ratio. The capital adequacy ratio means what? The banks are supposed to maintain certain amount of capital, their own capital. Okay, the banks are supposed to maintain certain amount of their own capital, which they will have to use in case the banks are incurring losses. If the banks are incurring losses, they will have to use their own capital, right, to absorb the losses. That is capital adequacy ratio. CAR is decided by individual bank? Absolutely no. Right, CAR is decided by Basel Committee. But please understand, individually the regulators, it could be RBI in India, Federal Reserve in USA, these regulators can tweak the Basel guidelines to apply for a particular country or their respective country. So second statement, banks can decide the capital adequacy ratio. No, RBI in India will decide the capital adequacy ratio. So right option for question number 38 is option A, 1 only. Okay, question number 39 now. What is the purpose of setting up of small finance banks in India, SFBs in India? To supply credit to small business units. Now please listen to me carefully. RBI essentially promoted two types of institutions. One, payment banks, and the second one is small finance banks. Okay, payment banks and small finance bank. One question was asked earlier on payment and one on SFB, both are there. So the model of SFB was very simple. RBI wanted the banks specifically to provide loans to certain borrowers in the market. For example, small and marginal borrowers. For example, right, let's say small businesses in the rural part of India, right, etc. So to target these kind of borrowers and ensure sufficient amount of credit is supplied to them, RBI promoted the model of SFB. To supply credit to small business units? Yes. To supply credit to small and marginal farmers? Yes. In fact, the PSL criteria, priority sector lending, the PSL criteria for SFB is at 75%. It is at 75% for small finance banks. Please do let me know in the chat section, what is the PSL target for UCBs, urban cooperative banks? Let me check. What is the PSL target for UCBs? Please do let me know in the chat section. To encourage young entrepreneurs to set up business, particularly in rural areas? No. Particularly in rural areas? Absolutely no. Right? Entrepreneurship is not an area covered under SFB. Okay, so many of you, before I come to the answer that I asked the question for, first and second are true. Question number 39, right? Only write A, right? Only 1 and 2 are correct. Option is A. Now, many of you are saying 75%, 40%, 60%, all the options. Please understand, until now, the target that was set up by RBI was 75% for urban cooperative banks. It was 75%. RBI very recently has revised this from 75% to 60%. Okay, RBI has revised this from 75% to 60%. So for UCBs starting next financial year where you're going to write the exam, the target of PSL will be 60%. Be very, very careful. Okay, so question number 40 now. Question number 40. The establishment of payment banks is being allowed in India to promote financial inclusion. Which of the following statements is or are correct in this context? Mobile telephone companies and supermarket chains that are owned and controlled by the residents are eligible to promote payment banks. I'll give you one example. You tell me. Aditya Birla Company got a license for payment banks. Airtel has a license for payment banks. These two examples, is it okay, are sufficient to justify first statement? Correct? Aditya Birla Company, it is present, right, in supermarket. And what about Airtel? Airtel, right, is a mobile telephone company. So don't you think if I give you two examples of payment banks, automatically you can conclude first statement is true. Second, payment bank, please understand, what is the specialty of payment bank? Again, it is one more type of a niche banking that has been promoted by RBI. Payment banks, argument of RBI was, these will perform very limited functions. Very, very limited functions. All the functions of a universal bank will not be given to a payment bank. For example, you can keep any amount of deposit with State Bank of India. But in a payment bank, maximum 2 lakh rupees. Maximum 2 lakh rupees. You can take a loan from SBI. Payment banks were not allowed to issue loan at all. Okay, so payment banks can issue both credit cards and debit cards. Incorrect. Credit card is nothing but an advance. Loan not allowed. Payment banks cannot undertake lending activities. Yes. So first one is correct. Third one is correct. Right option for question number 40 will be option B. Option B is the right option. Okay. Question number 41. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following: bank rate, open market operation, public debt, and public revenue. Which of the above is or are component or components of monetary policy? Please do let me know. Bank rate, yes, it is part of monetary policy. Open market operation, yes, it is a part of monetary policy. Public debt, it is a function of RBI but not part of monetary policy. Public revenue is not even under the purview of Reserve Bank of India. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct. Right option for question number 41 will be option C. Okay. Now those are asking for break, my dear, let's take it after some time. Let's take it after some time. We have started very recently, that is at 7 PM by the way. Hardly it's been how much? 2 hours 30 minutes? At 2 hours 30 minutes. Let's take it after 3 hours. At least you will feel like you're sitting in UPSC examination, especially mains examination. Which one of the following best describes merchant discount rate sometimes seen in news? Sometimes seen in news. Now please understand, current affairs, I'll connect it. There is a term called as interchange fees. Today's Hindu newspaper that was there, interchange fees. Right? Earlier there was a discussion regarding merchant discount rate. Now please understand, what is interchange fees? I'll explain interchange, then come to merchant discount rate. In case of interchange fees, I have a debit card of, let's say, State Bank of India. I will use this debit card to withdraw money or to check my balance, etc. in an ATM of, let's say, Canara Bank. In an ATM of, right, let's say, Punjab National Bank. In such cases, SBI will have to pay money to this second bank, which will be again taken from my account. This is called as interchange fees. Interchange fees. Right? If you are living in cities, 5 transactions free of cost. After that, interchange fees are applicable. Okay. In addition to that, there is one more rate called as a merchant discount rate. Right option is, by the way, option C. Right? The charge to a merchant by a bank for accepting payments from his customers through banks' debit cards. What is this? Let's say I will go to a petrol bunk, right? Ask the petrol bunk to fill my tank, let's say the car's tank. There will be certain infrastructure that is available using which payments will be done. Correct? That is, let's say they'll be having a machine. You will swipe the card, you will tap the card. This machine is an infrastructure provided by the bank. The bank is investing money. You, that is a petrol bunk owner, is getting the benefit of it. So obviously, they will charge a certain amount. That is called as a merchant discount rate. Is it okay? Right. So the charge to a merchant by a bank for accepting payments from his customers through the bank's debit cards. Right option is option C now. Okay. Right. Somebody is saying in which year it was asked. My dear, this question, I think it was asked in 2018 or 19. Okay. All of them are from post 2014 only. Right. But very, very recently, a lot of these questions have been asked. Let's go forward. Question number 43. Which of the following is not included in asset of a commercial bank? One of the most simplest question. One of the most simplest questions. Which of the following is not included in assets of commercial banks? Advances, deposits, investments, and money at call and short notice. My dear, deposits are liabilities for a bank. Remember this. Deposits are liabilities for a bank. Deposits are not assets. Deposits for a bank are liability. For a customer, deposits are assets. So question is, which of the following are not included in assets of a commercial bank? Advances, that is loans. Investment, let's say, right, in government bonds, assets. Money at call and short notice, right, again short-term loan. All of these are assets. Deposits are liabilities. Question number 43, right option is option B here. 44th question. Consider the following statements. In terms of short-term credit delivery to agriculture sector, district central cooperative banks deliver more credit in comparison to scheduled commercial banks and regional rural banks. Very difficult statement. Difficult in the sense, I know lot of you will not even know, right, how much is the percentage. That's the reason I'm saying very difficult. UPSC has the tendency of asking such questions. But at the same point of time, can we use some information to derive what is the likely answer? The information is they are comparing to commercial banks. You think of it. You just think of it. Do you think the district central cooperative banks will be able to provide more loan, higher amount of a loan compared to commercial banks? That is, let's say SBI, Punjab National Bank, etc. Do you think DCCBs can compete with these nationalized banks or private sector banks? Answer is no. Answer is no. Right? But in terms of numbers, the RBI report simply says the DCCBs plus RRBs put together account for around 30% of the credit. One of the most important functions of DCCBs is to provide funds to primary agriculture credit societies. If you know the structure of cooperatives, the structure goes somewhat like this. In case of short term, there is a state cooperative bank at the highest level. Below state cooperative bank, there is a DCCB. And below DCCB, there is a primary agriculture credit societies. DCCBs, apart from normal functions, lending, collecting deposits, etc., will also provide, let's say loans to primary agriculture credit societies. This statement is correct. Second one is correct. Question number 44, right option will be option B here. Done? Question number 45 now. Consider the following statements. If the USA were to default on its debt, the debt holders of US bonds will not be able to exercise their claims to receive payments. Please remember this. What does it mean? Is there any collateral or asset that is given as a security when the governments will borrow from the market? Answer is no collateral is provided. For example, Government of India will issue a bond. Do you think government will offer a collateral to you? Government will offer a security to you? No. Then somebody will ask me, sir, on what basis should I invest then? My dear, sovereign guarantee. Sovereign guarantees, that is, governments will give you guarantees. That is essentially the right backing here. No asset is given as a security. Right, so US treasury bonds, the customers or the investors will not be able to exercise their claims to receive payment. Yes, there is no way they can get the right claims back, right? They cannot exercise the claim. The USA government debt is not backed by any hard asset, but only by the faith of the government. Yes, I hope you understand. You are having faith on the government of India. You know government of India will not default. That is the precise reason you will invest in government of India's bond. Right? Unlike, let's say, corporate sector where you will be worried if you want to invest in the corporate sector bonds. So everybody is okay. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 2, both of them are correct. Can I simply say right option will be option A here? Difficult question, analytical question. If your concepts are right correct, if your fundamentals are correct, you will be able to solve this. Both are correct. Statement 2 explains statement 1. Is it okay? Right. So question number 45. This was asked last year itself. Be very careful. 46. The Reserve Bank of India manages and services Government of India securities, but not of any state government securities. Please listen to me carefully. I have told you this. RBI manages the debt of Government of India. What do you mean by manages debt of Government of India? RBI will issue bonds, collect money, transfer the money into the account of Government of India. This is essentially debt management. And when the payment has to be done, RBI will take the money from the account, make the payment. Right? RBI acts as a banker to the government. Is the same feature also provided by RBI to the state governments? Answer is yes. RBI performs the same function to the state or for the state governments as well. So look at the statement 1. RBI provides or manages the services of the government, but not any state government securities. No, for the state government also, RBI does the same thing. Statement 2. Treasury bills are issued by the Government of India and there are no treasury bills issued by the state government. Yes, state governments are allowed to issue only the bonds. State governments are not allowed to issue treasury bills. Treasury bills, short-term instruments up to 1 year. Third statement, treasury bills are issued at a discount from the par value. What is the meaning of it? Let's say treasury bill has a value of 100. When the bonds are issued, when the securities are issued, when the treasury bills are issued, these will not be issued at 100, rather these will be issued, let's say, at 90 rupees or let's say 95 rupees. That is discounted, less than 100 rupees. And upon maturity, the government will collect the treasury bill and give you 100 rupee. So third statement is correct. Treasury bills are zero coupon instruments. So second one is correct, third one is correct. Right option for the question number 46 will be option C. Okay, question number 47, and those who are observing the flow, now you will realize we started with, right, let's say the GDP, GNP, right, savings investment, then we shifted to inflation, then we shifted to banking. Now we are entering into fiscal policy instruments or fiscal policy concepts. Question number 47, with reference to union government, consider the following statements. The Department of Revenue is responsible for the preparation of the union budget. Is it Department of Revenue? No, Department of Economic Affairs. It is the Department of Economic Affairs. Second, No amount can be withdrawn from the consolidated fund of India without authorization of the Parliament of India. Yes, from the consolidated fund of India, you want to withdraw even a single rupee, you need the permission, you need the authorization of the Parliament. All the disbursements made from the public account also require authorization. From the Parliament, no. In the public account, please understand, any amount of money that you want to withdraw, it is the executive authority of the government. Right? Executive authority. You don't require parliamentary approval. Executive authority will be used in the context of the public account. So first and 3 incorrect. Second one is correct. Right option will be 2 only. Question number 48 now. Under which of the following circumstances there might be a capital gains? Right? Which of the following there will be a capital gains? Now listen to me carefully. What do you mean by capital gains? You purchase an asset and after a certain time period, you want to sell the asset. So from the date when you purchased to the date when you want to sell, if the price of the asset goes up, that is called as capital gains. Is everybody okay with the explanation here? Do let me know. You purchase an asset, let's say in 2020, it could be gold. It could be, right, let's say shares. It could be, right, let's say painting. It could be land. It could be house, etc. You bought in 2020. You want to sell in 2024. If the price is higher now, essentially the difference is called as capital gains. On this capital gains, government imposes a tax which is called as capital gains tax. Now let's start. When there is an increase in the sales of the product, if the number of units are sold higher, if more and more units are sold, will it lead to capital gains? Think of it. If more units are sold, no, that is not capital gains. Under GST it will come. When there is a natural increase in the value of property owned, yes, right? If you own a property and the price goes up, capital gains. When you purchase a painting and there is a growth in the value due to its popularity, yes, 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option B for question number 48. And please remember, when you talk about capital gains, the asset can be a movable asset or immovable asset. Doesn't matter. The asset can be movable or immovable. For example, gold is a movable asset. Painting is a movable asset. Land is an immovable asset. Okay. Question number 49. What is or are most likely advantages of implementing goods and services tax? I believe this was asked in 2017 or 2018. It will replace multiple taxes collected by multiple authorities and will thus create a single market in India. Yes. What do you mean by single market? Instead of having different tax rates across India, there will be only one tax rate in the whole of India. That is called as national market. Under GST, this is one of the objectives. We want to have a national market under GST. It will drastically reduce the current account deficit of India. Think of it. Has it happened? With introduction of GST, has CAD come down? No. And moreover, they are using the term drastically. Drastically. Absolutely no. Right? Whenever anything changes in India, it will happen slowly and steadily. Drastically, nothing will happen in the economy. So no, right? It has not happened and it will not happen also. There is no correlation. It will enormously increase the growth and size of Indian economy. Has it happened? Just because we have implemented GST from 2017, has Indian economy enormously increased the size? Absolutely no. That will also not happen. There is no connection. There is no correlation. That is extreme kind of statements. Enormously GDP will increase. How? Let's assume if it was true, then in 1947 itself, we could have implemented this. Why did we wait for so many years to implement GST then? Okay. So third is also incorrect. 1 is correct. Right option for this will be option 1. Question number 50. Which one of the following situations best reflects indirect transfers often talked about in media recently with reference to India? I hope you understand. With reference to India, this was there in the current affairs. The reason this question was asked, because it was there in the current affairs. I'll tell you the connection. The connection is, all of you know there was a finance minister by the name of Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. Correct? There was a finance minister in India by the name of Pranab Mukherjee. When he was the finance minister, the government introduced a tax by the name of retrospective taxation. Retrospective taxation. And the objective of introducing retrospective taxation was, there were multiple companies in India, right? Foreign companies which were present in India. They have purchased certain assets. They have certain ownership of certain assets in India. And this foreign company will basically sell it to another foreign company. And the trade is happening outside India. The deal is happening outside India because both of them are foreign companies. So look at this. There are two companies. Both of them are foreign companies, but they are dealing in terms of assets which are present in India. Is it okay? The asset is in India, but both of the companies are foreign companies. They would simply escape from payment of taxes because both of them are foreign companies. So to address this particular issue, and by the way, when this one company, foreign company, which has an asset in India, will transfer this asset, sell this asset to another foreign company, this was called as indirect transfer. Is it okay? Right? A foreign company transferring the asset which is present in India to another foreign company. That is essentially called as an indirect transfer. Everybody is okay? So when Mr. Pranab Mukherjee was the finance minister, right, basically the law was introduced to address these kind of indirect transfers. And that actually led to retrospective taxation. And right, in 21, 22, 23 and even in 24, the concept of retrospective taxation was there. And the government very recently has announced a withdrawal of retrospective taxation. Okay, now let's look at the options here. Indian company investing in foreign enterprises, leave it. A foreign company investing in India, paying taxes to the country of its base on the profits arising out of its investment. No, that is connected to base erosion and profit shifting. An Indian company purchasing tangible asset, Indian company, leave it. A foreign company transferring shares, and such shares derive their substantial value from assets located in India. Right option for the question number 50 is option D. Option D is the correct answer. Okay. So, right, we have completed 50 questions. Now, if you have any questions, please do let me know. Otherwise, what we can do is we can take a short break. Sir, what about Vodafone case? Does it related to it? Yes, my dear. The concept of indirect transfers are associated with Vodafone case itself, right? That is essentially Hutchison SR, a foreign company. It transferred its assets to Vodafone India, Vodafone earlier, right? Again, a foreign company. It is associated with that only. 48 statement 1. 48, right? Statement 1. When there is an increase in the sale of a product, my dear, if you sell more products, is capital gains tax applicable on it? No. GST is applicable, right? So, right, when you sell more product, capital gains. No. What do you mean by capital gains? You have purchased an asset. The price of this asset will increase. The difference in the price is called as the capital gains. Okay. Question number 28. Prerak, sir, demand deposit, it is saying not saving bank. So demand deposit is for a fixed period. Withdrawing, it will increase purchasing power. My dear, when you withdraw money, I hope you know the formula for M1, M2, M3 and M4. If you take out 1 lakh rupees from any deposit, immediately money supply doesn't change. It is a basic formula. M3, right, which is one of the the money aggregate measures. M3 measures what? M3 includes demand deposits. It includes, the time deposits. It includes cash with the public. Now, if you take out 1 lakh rupees, either of these deposits will reduce by 1 lakh. And this 1 lakh is there in your hand now. Your cash will increase by 1 lakh. So where is the amount changing? The amount will remain same now because the sum total is still the same. Okay. Sir, if effective demand increases, is it associated with higher employment irrespective of being developing economy? My dear, effective demand can increase for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons it can increase because of that. Okay. About whole price index, updated about Ramesh Chand committee. Is it good services added in this? My dear, Ramesh Chand committee recommendations are there, but Government of India set up one more committee again headed by Ramesh Chand to give recommendations. It is yet to provide the recommendations, don't worry. Sir, is everything other than physical asset intangible? If you're saying intangible asset, then the assets can be tangible or intangible. If physical assets, if you remove out of the total assets, what is left out? Intangible assets. Okay. Mamta Sheikh, 36, question number statement 2, 36. Okay. The syndicated loan can be fixed amount, lump sum funds, but cannot be credit line. And somebody was asking, what is syndicated loan? Syndicated loans means people, or let's say lenders, coming together, forming a group and giving a loan. Consortium. Okay. A syndicated loan can be a fixed amount, meaning the syndicate, or let's say the consortium, can give you loan in one shot. All the 5,000 crore will be given to you. Or else they will give you 5,000 crore is available. Whenever you want, you can withdraw money out of 5,000 crore. That is called as a credit line. Statement 2 says it cannot be a credit line. In fact, it can be a credit line. Okay, so statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, so let's do one thing now. Let's take a break. Time is 10:03, 10 minutes break. So we will restart the discussion at 10:13. We will restart the discussion at 10:13 p.m. Please join back at 10:13. Okay, welcome back. Before I restart again, please do let me know. Am I audible and visible for everyone? No issues regarding no issues regarding audio and video? Can we restart? Okay, done. Question number 51. Let's start then. Question number 51. Consider the following statements. Most of India's external debt is owed by governmental entities. All of India's external debt is denominated in US dollars. So let's start. Most of India's external debt is owed by government entities. Statement is incorrect. Incorrect. Now, let me give you certain information here. Please look at this particular table. Do not memorize anything from the table. Just look at the table. And by the way, somebody might look at the table and say, sir, the data is from December 2024. I'm writing exam in May 2025. So 6 months gap is there. How can I take this data? This is very old data, etc. My dear, this was the report that was published yesterday. This was the report that was published yesterday. So it's a most recent report that you can get regarding India's debt. Okay. Now, what is the information you need to focus upon? Most of India's external debt is owed by government agencies. Statement is incorrect because most of India's external debt, right, essentially is owned by private sector entities. I'm pretty sure you must have heard of ECB, right? For example, external commercial borrowing. A lot of these particular debt that is owed by India to rest of the world is in the form of external commercial borrowing itself. That is private sector companies borrowing from the external market, either in the form of bonds, either in the form of loans, etc., etc. So first statement, incorrect. It is incorrect. Second statement, it says all of India's external debt is denominated in US dollar. And a lot of the students will simply say, yes, yes, of course, yes. Dollar is the most important currency, right? Even President of ESS says so, etc., etc. Answer is no. Now you'll ask me, in that case, sir, also tell me, in what currencies is India's debt denominated? Any other currency? Yes, please have a look at the right information here below the table. Right, again, this is from yesterday's report by Ministry of Finance. US denominated dollar debt is the largest component. It is the largest component. It has a 55% share, but in addition to this, Indian rupee debt is there, Japanese yen is there, STR and euro. Right, so there are many other currencies, including Indian rupee, which, right, is basically the part of the debt that India owes to the rest of the world. And I know some of you will basically say, sir, how come? How come can we borrow from external market in the form of Indian rupee? How? My dear, have you heard of masala bonds? Have you heard of masala bonds? Right, so masala bonds essentially are rupee denominated borrowings, that is by issuing bonds outside India. Is it okay? Right, so different currencies are there, right? So higher than 50% or around 55% is dollar denominated, and there are many other currencies. Okay, so right option for question number 51, option D, none of the right above. Question number 52. There has been a persistent deficit budget year after year. Which action or actions of the following can be taken by the government to reduce the deficit? Which of the following should be taken by the government to reduce the deficit? Reducing revenue expenditure. If government will reduce revenue expenditure, will this help government of India to bridge the deficit? Deficit essentially is the gap. Deficit is gap here. Please understand. A lot of you will read the term deficit. A lot of you will read the term deficit and simply assume it is fiscal deficit. No. Deficit simply here is gap. How can you reduce this particular gap? Reduce the revenue expenditure. Yes, you can reduce the gap. Introduce a new welfare schemes. Exactly opposite to the first one. So no. Rationalize the subsidies. Rationalize means use appropriate technology, find out who is the correct beneficiary, transfer it to the right beneficiary, right? Basically remove the duplication, etc. That is rationalization. If you rationalize subsidies, revenue expenditure automatically will go down. Reduce import duty. Reduce import duty. How is this connected to deficit in the budget? Okay. If you reduce import duty, please understand, Government of India's tax receipts will go down. And if Government of India's tax receipts will go down, the budget deficit will not come down, rather it will start increasing. Right? So fourth one incorrect. So 1 and 3 are correct. Right option for question number 52 is right option C here. Okay, done. Question number 53 now. Those who are having doubts, don't worry, I'll address your doubts. Again, let's cover certain questions, then I'll pick up your doubts again. Don't worry. And let's start. Question number 53. Which of the following is or are included in the capital budget of the Government of India? Okay, capital budget. Those are asking how many questions are there, till how long it will continue. My dear, I have prepared around 100 questions. So at least till 12 o'clock, right? At least till 12 o'clock. So till midnight we'll continue, don't worry. Right, so let's start. Which of the following is or are included in the capital budget of Government of India? Capital budget, please remember this. Capital, whenever you talk about the budget, essentially will include two things. What are the two things here? In case of capital, there will be change in either assets or liabilities of the government. Is it okay? There will be changes in either assets or liabilities of the government. Okay, whenever there are liability changes or asset changes of Government of India, simply by default put it under the capital side. Let's start. Expenditure on acquisition of assets such as roads, buildings and machinery. If government will spend and develop road, will assets of Government of India change? Yes, it is part of capital side. Loans received from the foreign government. If government will borrow, will the liabilities change? Yes, liabilities will increase. It is part of the capital side. Loans and advances granted to the states and union territories. If Government of India will give loan, is it not asset of Government of India? Loans are given by Government of India, which means it is an asset. So is the asset changing? Yes. So even the third one is correct. And again, mind you, they are simply saying capital budget. They are not saying capital receipt. They are not saying capital expenditure, etc. They are simply saying capital side of the budget. All the three are correct. Right option will be option D, 1, 2 and 3. Done? Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay? Done. Question number 54. In India, which of the following can trade in corporate bonds and government securities? Corporate bonds and government securities. Who is allowed to trade? Trade means buy, sell. That is called as trading. Insurance companies, pension funds and retail investors. This should be very clear to you because before the break we had a discussion regarding this. Retail investors are allowed to purchase and sell the bonds in the market now. What about insurance companies and pension funds? Yes, even insurance companies and pension funds, in fact, lot of investment in the bond market essentially is because of insurance companies and pension funds. For example, right, have a look at this. Very recently, Government of India for the first time ever introduced 50-year bonds. For the first time ever, Government of India has issued 50-year bonds. Remember, this is a current affairs. Why? What is the reason? Reason behind this is these are called as long-term investors. These are referred to as long-term investors, right? They want to invest for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And that is the precise reason the 50-year bonds were issued by Government of India. Okay. So insurance companies, pension companies and retail investors, all of them are correct. right option for question number 54 will be option D here. Those who are thinking what is the insurance funds, pension funds, my dear, have you seen those ads? Many of you might be watching IPL side by side. Multitasking is happening. I know a lot of you. In one, right, this YouTube session is going on with very less sound, by the way, and the side by side IPL match is going on. In between overs or when the wicket falls, you will see certain advertisements, correct? Where they will pitch you pension products. They'll say invest year after year, month by month like this. Upon your retirement, I will give you this much amount. Right? Secure your right retirement, they'll say. What you should do after 60 years, plan now only, they'll say. My dear, those are pension fund companies. Those are pension fund companies, by the way. Okay. So question number 55. Let's start. Consider the following markets. Right? Government bond market, call money market, treasury bill market, and stock market. How many of the above are included in capital markets? Now, please understand, whenever you talk about market here, and when I say market, financial market, don't say market means, sir, where is a vegetable market? You did not write about onion market. You did not write about a tomato market. My dear, financial market. Financial market is essentially divided into two parts. One is called as a capital market and the other one is called as money market. What is essentially the difference here? Essentially the difference. A company would want to raise money. Government would want to raise money. Raise means collect money. If they want to collect money for a shorter duration, they will use money market. Right? How short? Up to 1 year. And if they want to raise money for more than 1 year, for example, by issuing a bond, by issuing shares, etc., they will use capital market. Done? So, fundamental difference between both of them, one is short term and the other one is long term. So, which of the above are not part of capital market? So, simply find out those which are short term in nature, remove them. Government bond market, bond by nature is more than 1 year, so it will be part of capital market. Call money market, where one bank will lend to another bank for a duration of 1 day, for 7 days, for 14 days, etc. Less than 1 year. It is not part of capital market, it is money market. Treasury bill market. Treasury bills essentially will have maturity of up to 1 year, less than 1 year, 91 days, 182 days, maximum 364 days. So, not capital but money market. What about shares? Once the shares are issued, as long as the company doesn't repurchase it, it will be there in the market, right? So, capital market. 1 and 4 are correct. Right option for question number 55 is option B. Everybody is okay? Option B is the correct one. Please don't sleep. I know time is at 10:27. A lot of you would have kept the mobile like this and started snoring like this, started falling on the table like this. Even if you sleep, please don't snore. Right? Your neighbors will be disturbed. Right? Your neighbor will hear your snoring sound, will message your parents and say, "Bacche ko bata do." Right? He's snoring a lot and we are getting disturbed here. We are not able to see, right, the match, right, which is happening in IPL. First and foremost, Mumbai is losing wickets one after the other and आपका बच्चा snore कर रहा है. बताओ उसको, etc., etc. So, wake up. Please don't sleep. Okay. Let's start. Question number 56. Consider the following. Exchange traded funds, motor vehicles and currency swap. Okay. Exchange traded funds, motor vehicles and currency swap. Which of the above is or are considered financial instrument? Let me ask you a very simple question. Is motor vehicle a financial instrument? Do let me know. Very simple. Is motor vehicle a financial instrument? No. No way it is a financial instrument. It is essentially, right, let's say a physical asset. It is not a financial instrument. So eliminate it, right? Remove it. Exchange traded fund, yes, it is a financial asset. In the market, ETFs are bought, ETFs are sold, etc., etc. It's a financial instrument. What about currency swap? Right? Currency swaps are very recently conducted by Reserve Bank of India. Right? Where? In the financial market. Swaps means essentially currencies are, right, exchanged like this. Is it not a financial asset? Yes, it is also a financial, right, instrument. So one is a financial instrument, third is a financial instrument. Right option for this particular question will be 56, option D. And by the way, look at the year when the question was asked. Last year the question was asked, right? So these kind of straightforward questions are also being asked by the prelims. These are easy ones for you. Please don't make a mistake in all of these as well. Okay, what is currency swap? Right, my dear, there are different types of currency swaps. It essentially falls under the derivative market. It is part of the financial market, by the way, where essentially you are agreeing on specific date. These currencies at specific prices would be exchanged. These are called as swaps. Okay. Question number 57. With reference to the Indian economy, collateral borrowing and lending obligations, CBLO, collateral borrowing and lending obligations, are the instruments, right? These instruments, please understand, again this was asked last year only in prelims of 2024. CBLO is a type of a money market instrument. It was there earlier, not used now. It has basically shifted to some other instrument. And a CBLO, basically borrowing and lending used to happen with collaterals, hence called as a collateral borrowing and lending obligations. But again, in a nutshell, it's a money market instrument, right? Option C is the right option. Now, many of you will try to do a PhD on CBLO. My argument is, please don't do it. It was there earlier. It is not being used now, but it is one of the instrument that was right earlier used. That's the reason UPSC has picked up the question. Question number 58. Indian government bond yields are influenced by which of the following? This is more analytical question. Right? Other question you can easily get. These are the kind of analytical questions where you need to have fundamental, right, strong concepts. Let's start. Actions of United States Federal Reserve. Very simple. You tell me, if the Federal Reserve will change its interest rates, will this either lead to inflow of foreign investors and outflow of foreign investors? Possible? Either inflow or outflow. If inflow happens, demand for government bonds will go up. If the demand will go up, market prices will go up. And if the market prices will go up, automatically yield rates would be affected. If foreign investors are going outside India, they will sell government bonds. They will take the money outside India. When they sell, market price will go down. Will this have an impact on yield? Yield rates will start increasing. So I hope you understand, whatever is the action of Federal Reserve there, right? Whatever is the action, it will have an impact because the foreign investors are coming into India and going out of India. It will have an impact on the yield rate in India. So first one, correct. Actions of Reserve Bank of India. If Federal Reserve can influence yield rate of Government of India's bonds, don't you think RBI's policies can also influence yield rate of Government of India's bonds? Of course, yes. If a foreign bank is influencing yield rate, why not the central bank in India? The policies of RBI will also have an impact on yield rates of Government of India's bonds. Inflation and short-term interest rates. Think of this. Will inflation have an impact on yield rates? Let me see. Will inflation have an impact on yield rates? And very interesting question by Abhishek. What is bond yields? My dear, bond yields essentially is what is the returns that an instrument, that is bond here, will fetch you. What is the returns you are able to earn from an investment in such instruments such as bond? That is called as yield rate. For example, let's say coupon rate is 6%, which means for every 100 rupees, you will get 6 rupee returns. But if you spend 105 to purchase a bond, your yield rate will be lesser. If you purchase this particular bond at 95 rupees, your yield rate will be higher. So essentially, with the change in the market prices, the yield rate will also keep on changing. And remember, the yield rate and the market price will move in opposite direction, always move in opposite direction. So inflation and short-term interest rates, for example, RBI's policies on interest rate, will it not influence bond yield? Inflation, will it not influence bond yield? More inflation, right? A lot of investors might move into bond market. That will influence market prices. That will influence yield rate. So answer to this question number 58 is all the three. That is option D is the right one. Okay. Question number 59 now. With reference to convertible bonds, consider the following statements. What is this particular convertible bonds? Right? What is this particular convertible bonds? Imagine a company will issue a bond to you. The company says, hold on to this for 3 years. Okay, hold on to this for 3 years. After 3 years, right, this will be converted into share. Simple. Hold on to the bond for 3 years. After 3 years, we will convert this into share. Convertible bond. With reference to convertible bond, consider the following statements. As there is an option to exchange the bond for equity, convertible bonds pay a lower rate of interest. Does it make sense or not? If I'm a company and I'm selling a bond to you, this is convertible. Because it is convertible, will I offer you higher interest rate? No, I will offer you lesser interest rate. Right? Statement 1 is correct. The option to convert to equity affords the bondholders a degree of indexation to rising consumer prices. Slightly tricky statement. It is correct, by the way. Listen to me carefully. If inflation is there in the economy, can I simply say it is mainly because demand is there in the economy? If demand is there in the economy, is it not possible that the company will generate sufficient amount of revenues? The company will be able to generate sufficient amount of profits. Now you tell me, when the company generates profits, will it give money to shareholders or bondholders? Profits. I'm focused on the profits here. From the profits, don't you think money will be given to shareholders? Shareholders are the owners who will earn a dividend from the profits. And if the company is doing well, because the demand is there, if the company is doing well, automatically, right, the share market prices will start increasing. So as a right investor now, think of it as an investor, what makes more sense to you? Having a bond or converting that into a share and getting benefit of this kind of outcome where inflation is there, demand is higher, you'll be able to generate more amount of dividends, or you'll be able to earn more amount of dividends. You can sell the share at a higher price, etc. So that is the precise reason we simply say, when there is a feature of convertibility like this, when there is a feature of convertibility, it is like a cushion to you. It is like a protection to you, right? Because the inflation will be there, you can easily convert this into share because it is available as a feature and get the benefit of higher market prices, higher dividends, etc., etc. Okay, done. So second statement is also true. Again, slightly technical, but be aware of all of these. Both the statements are true. Question number 59, option is C. Okay. So how it is different from debentures? My dear, in case of India, bonds and debentures are generally used interchangeably. Okay, they are used interchangeably. Okay, question number 60. What is the importance of term interest coverage ratio of a firm in India? Right, what is this idea of an interest coverage ratio? Please understand, in case of interest coverage ratio, it is a formula. It's a ratio, by the way. What is the ratio? You have certain amount of interest liabilities. That is, as a company you have taken a loan, you will have to pay interest. But this interest will be from your earnings, correct? The interest that you pay will be from your earnings. So again, I'm not giving you a technical formula. Technical formula is EBIT. There is a technical term called as EBIT. Imagine your earnings are there. Okay, your earnings are there, and right, you will have to pay a certain amount of interest. So if your earnings are 100 rupees, your interest payment is 10, then the interest coverage ratio is called as 10 times. Now just think of this. Just think of this. If this ratio goes up, can I simply say it simply indicates that company has a more amount of money, it can easily pay off the interest? Yes or no? Those who are talking about Panchayat web series, forget about it. Focus on interest coverage ratio. Okay? I'll repeat this. Instead of interest coverage ratio being at 10, what if interest coverage ratio, I'll say it is 15 now. Last year it was 10, now it has become 15. What does it mean? Can I simply say, compared to the interest liability, the earnings of the company are 15 times this year when it was 10 times last year? Does it not mean the company is at a much better position this year compared to last year? And if interest coverage ratio will keep on decreasing, if interest coverage ratio will keep on decreasing, last year it was 10, this year it will fall down to 6, next year it will fall down to 2. What does it mean? The earnings are shrinking, right? Compared to interest, how many times your earning is there, that is actually coming down. Is it not representing vulnerability of a particular company? Right? So this is basically the concept of interest coverage ratio. Let's start now. It helps in understanding the present risk of a firm that a bank is going to give a loan to. Of course, yes. If you're a banker, you look at the interest coverage ratio. If it is decreasing continuously, you'll simply decide very dangerous to give a loan to this company. After 1 year, they may not have sufficient earnings to pay the interest. Second statement, it helps in evaluating the emerging risk of a firm that a bank is going to give a loan to. It also is an indicator of the current situation as well as the future situation. What has happened in the last, let's say, 2 to 3 years will not only tell you about the current situation of the company, but what might happen in the coming days, that is in the future also. Yes. Third one, the higher a borrowing firm's level of interest coverage ratio, the worse is its ability to service the debt. It is exactly opposite. If the interest coverage ratio goes up, increases, the payment ability of the company is improving, not worsening. So third statement incorrect. Okay, third statement is incorrect. 1 and 2 are correct. Right option is question number 60, option A. Okay, question number 61 now. Let's start. In the context of Indian economy, non-financial debt includes which of the following? Non-financial debt. Now please understand, whenever you talk about debt, this is one more classification. Whenever you talk about debt, it can be divided into financial debt and non-financial debt. Okay, financial and non-financial debt. What is essentially the difference? Whenever the debt means borrowing and lending. Whenever it is happening, including financial institutions, this is called as financial debt. Is it okay? For example, somebody will say, sir, give me an example. One bank giving loan to another bank, financial debt. RBI giving loan to a bank, financial debt. What do you mean by non-financial debt? Right? In non-financial debt, one of them is, right, basically as a financial institution, but in addition to that, somebody else is there. For example, have a look at this. Right? Have a look at this. In the context of Indian economy, non-financial debt. includes which of the following? Housing loans owned by the household. A housing loan includes two parties, a house and a bank. So don't you think this arrangement is different compared to the earlier arrangement where one bank was giving loan to another bank? When RBI was giving loan to another bank. There earlier both of them were financial institutions. Now, right, in addition to a bank or in addition to a financial institution, non-financial institutions are also available. That's the reason this is called as a non-financial debt. Housing loans owned by the households. Yes. Amounts outstanding on the credit card. I have a credit card. I am not a bank. I am not a financial institution. Non-financial debt. Treasury bills. Government of India will issue a treasury bill to me. Where is the financial institution? Government of India will issue, right, let's say treasury bill to a bank. Government is issuing non-financial debt. Is everybody okay with this? Everybody is able to understand financial and non-financial debt? Okay, so all the three are part of non-financial debt. Right option for this question will be option D for question number 61. Repeat it again. My dear, which part? Which part? Financial means both the parties are financial institutions. Listen carefully. I wrote it also. Both the parties are financial, right, institution. RBI giving loan to a bank. Does RBI do that? Are both financial institutions? Yes. One bank giving loan to another bank, right? Let's say call money rate. Essentially, one bank is giving loan to another bank. Both are, that is lender and borrower, are financial institution. That is financial debt. Non-financial, right? Both of them, that is, let's say borrower or lender, is different now. Both of them are not financial institutions. I will take a loan from a bank. Bank is a lender, but I am not a financial institution. I am not non-financial, so non-financial debt. Okay. Question number 62. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. A share of household financial savings goes towards government borrowings. Yes. The share of household savings should go to or will go to government borrowings in India. That's a fact, by the way. How so? Somebody will ask me, sir, how? Please prove it. My dear, we have been discussing this. Are you purchasing government bonds? Can you purchase government bonds in the primary market? If yes, and answer is yes, by the way, does it not mean part of your savings you are giving to Government of India? Is it not statement 1? Think of it. Is it not statement 1? Yes. Households save money. Government, right, is a dissaver. Their expenditure is higher compared to the income. So the governments will issue the bonds. We will purchase them, give money. Part of the household money is going to government borrowings. Yes. Dated securities issued at market related rates in auctions form a large component of internal trade. Internal trade. Statement is true, by the way. What does it mean? Listen to me carefully. In the domestic market, government will borrow using treasury bills. Government will borrow using government bonds. And you should be very clear regarding the difference between both of them. Treasury bills up to 1 year, government bonds more than 1 year. And in addition to this, government will also borrow through different sources. But mind you, maximum amount of money that the government borrows is by using government bonds. Is my point clear? The maximum amount of government borrowings is by issuing government bonds. Now look at the statement here. Dated securities, these are government bonds, issued at market related rates in auctions form a large component of internal debt. Out of the total debt that the Government of India, right, basically has borrowed from the Indian market, a high part of it or maximum part of it is in the form of bonds. Yes, that is true, by the way. Okay, so question number 62, both the options or both the statements are true. Right option is option C. And somebody said, sir, right, these kind of questions are feeling difficult. My dear, yes, these kind of questions are difficult because some of them are purely conceptual in nature. Some of them, these concepts are not given in any book. For example, financial and non-financial debt, you will not get generally in the GS paper 3 book. But again, UPSC has the tendency of asking such questions. Be ready for that. Question number 63. This is a straightforward, easy question. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following. Commercial paper is a short-term unsecured promissory note. Okay. Commercial paper is a type of a money market instrument. In commercial paper, companies issue this for a shorter duration, borrow. No guarantees are provided. No collateral is provided, unsecured. And promissory note means basically promising payment. This instrument promises payment on a future date. So commercial paper is a short-term instrument, unsecured, promissory note. Yes, the statement is correct, by the way. Statement 2, certificate of deposit is a long-term instrument. Certificate of deposit is a money market instrument, right? It is essentially referring to an instrument which is issued by financial institutions such as banks to borrow for short term. Okay, but here it says long-term instrument. No. Call money is a short-term finance used for interbank transactions. Interbank lending and borrowing. Yes, we have discussed this. One bank will lend to another bank, let's say for 1 day, for 7 days, for 14 days. Yes, that is call money. Zero coupon bonds are the interest-bearing short-term bonds. Forget about rest of the statement. When you say zero coupon instrument, is there any interest given? And mind you, interest is calculated on the value of the bond. Zero coupon by virtue, these are issued at a discounted price, and whatever is the value of the bond, that is given upon maturity. So there is no interest bearing. These are not interest bearing instrument. So fourth one is incorrect. So first is correct, third one is correct. Right option for question number 63 is option C here. Okay. Question number 64. Okay, straightforward, very simple question. Which of the following is issued by the registered portfolio, foreign portfolio investors to overseas investors who want to be part of Indian stock market without registering themselves directly? Question was asked in 2019. And the right option, some of you are saying option C, some of you are saying option D. My dear, right option is option D, participatory notes. Participatory note. What is the participatory note? Let's say there is a foreign investor. Let's assume you are sitting in USA, you have lot of money, you want to invest in India, but you do not want to go to SEBI, take approval, because it will take a long time. You have to submit a lot of documents, etc. Instead of that, you will approach an entity which is already registered. Is it okay? You will basically approach an entity, foreign portfolio investor who is already registered with SEBI. You will pay money, you will provide your investment to the FPI, foreign portfolio investor, who will invest your money in India, who will invest this in the stock market. But now, once you give money to the FPI has to give you certain security, has to give you a document. My dear, that document is called as a participatory note. That is essentially referred to as participatory note. So now look at the definition which is given in the form of a statement here. Can I say participatory notes are instruments which are issued by the FPIs to the foreign investors who are allowed to invest in India without registering with SEBI, without taking any approval, right, from SEBI, because the FPIs already are registered. I will give the money to FPI, FPI will invest in India. Everybody is okay? Right option for question number 64 is option D. Wake up. Is everybody okay? Somebody was saying A, somebody was saying B, etc. Right option is participatory note. Saurabh says, is it illegal? How? How is it illegal? Government of India allows it. It's not illegal. It is perfectly legal. Perfectly legal. Allowed in India. Okay. Question number 65. Arey Baba, only 4 to 5 people are replying. What happened to others? Sir, ho gaya. Right? Hamara kaam ho gaya. We are sleeping. We are snoring. We are already there in the dreamland. We are sitting in the ambassador car. Right, even though it is illegal, we have put the red light and it is right sounding the horn, and I'm going to the DM's office right now. Please wake up. Okay, please wake up. So question number 65, how commercial paper is unsecured? My dear, it's not how. These are designed in such a way that you do not have to provide any collateral. Right, don't ask me how it is right unsecured. These are made in such a way there is no collateral required. Companies do not provide any kind of collateral. Okay, done. Question number 65. With reference to expenditure made by an organization of a company, which of the following statements is or are correct? Acquiring new technologies, capital expenditure. Straightforward. Correct? When you spend money, purchase a machinery. Is it not capital expenditure? Yes, asset creation. Debt financing is considered as a capital expenditure, while equity financing is considered as revenue expenditure. Listen to me carefully. Debt financing means what? You issue a bond, collect money, use it for certain expenditure. That is debt financing. Equity financing, issue shares, collect money, use it for expenditure. Equity financing. Please understand, debt financing is capital expenditure, equity is revenue. No, there is no such classification. It all depends, please understand, it all depends how you are going to spend, right? For what purpose, etc., etc. Right? So second statement is incorrect. First one is correct. Right option is option A, option A, one only. 65, A is the right answer. 66. Tight monetary policy of US Federal Reserve could lead to capital flight. What do you think? Please do let me know. Tight monetary policy of US Federal Reserve could lead to capital flight. What will happen? What will happen? What do you mean by tight monetary policy in the first place? Tight monetary policy means interest rates will increase. They will reduce money supply. Tight means reduce money supply. Interest rate will increase. If interest rates in USA will start increasing, don't you think a lot of foreign investors will take their money from India and start to move outside India into USA? Yes? Correct or not? Please do let me know. Correct? A lot of these foreign investors will take the money outside India and go to USA. Yes, tight monetary policy of USA could lead to capital flight. Capital flight meaning money will go outside India. Capital flight may increase the interest cost of firms with existing external commercial borrowings. Just think carefully. Okay, slightly difficult statement or slightly difficult question. Think very, very carefully. What is the statement? Capital flight may increase the interest cost of the firms with existing external commercial borrowing. What does it mean? What is capital flight? My dear, money. Capital flight essentially is money flowing outside India. Now, right, understand the second statement. I'm explaining second statement. If there is a capital flight, don't you think rupee supply in the forex market will start increasing? Yes or no? Please follow the discussion. Rupee supply will increase because they need to convert that into dollar. They will sell more rupees. If rupee supply increases, can it lead to rupee depreciation? And if rupee depreciates and you have a borrowing, external commercial borrowing, you have a borrowing, you need to pay interest in terms of dollars. Will you not pay more rupees to get the dollars now? All of you able to understand? Will you not pay more of rupees to get the dollar which you have to pay in the form of interest? Yes. So capital flight may increase the interest cost of the firms. Third, devaluation of domestic currency decreases the currency risk associated with ECBs. Now please tell me, depreciation and devaluation, don't you think both of them will have the same effect? Do let me know in the chat section. Depreciation and devaluation, don't you think it will have both of them have the same effect? That is, one is done because of the market forces, second one is done because of the government or because of RBI. But what is the impact? Whether depreciation or devaluation, the risk of currency or the exchange rate risk will always increase. Some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying no. What is the problem? What is the problem? Do let me know. Whether there is a depreciation or devaluation, you have to pay more amount of rupees. That's it. You have taken, right, let's say $100 loan. You have taken $100 loan, right? Let's say interest rate is 10%, which means you'll have to pay $10. Now, instead of $1 being is equal to 50 rupees, whether depreciation or devaluation doesn't matter, it will become, let's say, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. To pay $10 in the form of interest, will you not pay more rupees now? Correct? Will you not pay more rupees? Will the currency risk not increase because of devaluation? But the statement says the devaluation of domestic currency will decrease the currency risk. No, it will increase the currency risk. So everybody is okay with the the statements, all the three statements. Slightly difficult, right? Have fundamental knowledge. Let your concepts be very, very strong in such cases. So first one is correct, second one is correct. Right option will be option A, 1 and 2 only. Sir, second statement. Okay, my dear, you have taken a loan. ECB means what? You borrow from outside India. And a lot of these borrowings you will have to pay in foreign currencies, whether the principal amount, whether, right, let's say the interest amount or principal amount, you'll have to pay in dollars. Now, let's say today, $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Let's say tomorrow, there will be a lot of dollar flowing out of India, capital flight. Now, there is a capital flight means what? People in India, investors in India are selling rupees, purchasing dollars. And by doing that, rupee depreciation will happen. Instead of $1 being is equal to 50, it becomes $1 is equal to 60. Now, my dear, you'll have to pay more rupees to purchase the $10. Instead of paying 500, now you'll have to pay 600. That is exactly second statement. And my dear, I don't take it in a wrong way. Please do not take it in a wrong way. Please improve your fundamentals. Right? Hardly around 60 days are there now. Please work on your fundamentals. Some of you, I can get to know based on the kind of questions you people are asking. Your foundational knowledge is very shaky, very, very weak. Please work on that. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option is option A. Okay. Question number 67. And somebody is saying, please take complete financial market in a marathon. My dear, it's already done. I don't know when did you join the YouTube channel or etc. It's already done. Shivam Satyarthi. Right? Mr. Shivam Satyarthi or Shivamji. It is already done. Please search on the YouTube channel, same YouTube channel. I only have taken, please search, you will get it. Okay, question number 67. In India, credit rating agencies are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. Absolutely no. Right? Credit rating agencies basically focus on what? Stock market, bond market. So how can RBI regulate it? It has to be regulated by SEBI. Is the statement clear to all of you? It has to be regulated by SEBI. It is related to stock market, bond market. Okay. The rating agencies, popularly known as ICRA, is a public limited company. Right? Yes. Right. Registration. There is a type of organization called as a public limited. Essentially means, right, there are so many number of investors, it is listed, etc., etc. Yes, it is a public limited company. Brickwork Ratings is an Indian credit rating agency. Yes, this statement is also true. Before I go forward, yes, I know these two statements are difficult for you. Should you expect these kind of statements in the prelims examination? Yes, be ready for these kind of questions as well. Okay, so 2 and 3 are correct. Right option for question number 67 is right option B here. Question number 68. With reference to provisions made under National Food Security Act 2013, we have slowly entered into agriculture now. Consider the following statements. The families coming under the category of below poverty line only are eligible to receive subsidized grains. No. Please understand, under NFSA, 2/3 of India's population is covered. Right? BPL population, yes, and certain number of above poverty line, APL population, both of them are covered. Not the complete population, 67%, 2/3 of total India's population. So BPL plus a certain number of APL population is covered. The eldest woman in a household of age 18 years or above shall be the head of household for the purpose of ration card. Yes, this has been done in order to promote women empowerment. Essentially, the card shall be issued in the name of the women, and others, right, will be, right, dependents. Right, so second statement correct. Pregnant women and lactating mothers are entitled to take home ration of 1600 calories per day during pregnancy and for 6 months thereafter. Initially it was there, but no, right, this is not covered under NFSA. This is not covered under NFSA now. For example, we have an initiative where cash entitlement is given for pregnant and lactating women. It is not part of NFSA now. Okay, so third statement is incorrect. First one is incorrect. Second one is true. Right option for question number 68 is option, right, B, that is 2 only is correct. Okay, question number 69 now. Consider the following statements. In case of all cereals, pulses and oil seeds, the procurement of MSP, procurement at MSP is unlimited. Underline the term unlimited in any state or UT of India. Do you think this is rationally possible? Unlimited amount of procurement. Government will procure unlimited crops. Absolutely no. Absolutely no. The government every year has a particular policy. I want to procure so much kind or so much quality of rice this month, or let's say next month, right, etc., etc. There is a policy that is followed by the government. It's not that any crop, any amount, any time you bring it to me, I'll simply purchase it. No. Right? So this statement is incorrect. In the case of cereals and pulses, MSP is fixed in any state or UT at a level to which the market price will never rise. Possible? Think of it. MSP is decided, market prices will never reach this MSP. No way. Please understand, statement is incorrect. The market prices are determined based on supply and demand at that point of time. At that point of time, how much is the supply? How much is the demand will determine the market prices. So the market prices could be above MSP and could be below MSP as well. Done. So statement 2 is also incorrect. Everybody is okay here. Right option for this particular question will be option D, neither 1 nor 2. Okay, question number 70 now. Under the Kisan credit card scheme, short-term credit support is given to farmers for which of the following purposes? Just factual information here. I've given the table also, you can have a look at it. Right, for Kisan credit card, basically the government of India through RBI has introduced this particular model where the government wants the farmers to get access to easy credit from the banking sector, whether from RRBs, from scheduled commercial bank, right, doesn't matter, whether right you want loan for purchasing inputs, whether you want a loan for housing consumption purposes, whether you want to purchase certain assets associated with agriculture, you can avail the Kisan credit card scheme and borrow under the Kisan credit card scheme. Now for what all purposes, right, this is what the question is asking. Slightly difficult because UPSC is expecting you to remember all of this, right? I hope you understand. Slightly difficult. Under the Kisan credit card scheme, short-term credit support is given to farmers for which of the following purposes? For which of the following purposes? Working capital for maintaining farm assets. Yes. For maintaining farm assets, the Kisan credit card loan can be borrowed. Purchasing combined harvesters, tractors and mini trucks. Now please understand, there is a hint which is also given. There is also a hint that is given. Sir, what is the hint? My dear, please read this particular term. Please read this particular term. What it says? Short-term loan, short-term credit. Now you tell me, will a farmer take a short-term loan to purchase a tractor? Tell me, just think. Sometimes these are the tricks that you need to use. That's the reason, read the questions carefully. Focus on the question. Is it difficult question? Yes. I sympathize. You are learning this question at 11, right, on Saturday night. I sympathize. But can you use these kind of, let's say, common sense, right, to basically find out what is the true answer? Short term, no. If you want to purchase a truck, you want to purchase a tractors, etc., short term loans will not work out. Long term loans. So 2 is wrong. Consumption requirement of farm households. Yes. For consumption, a lot of times we take short term loans only. Post harvest expenses, again working capital requirement. Yes. Right. Construction of family house, again asset creation. I hope you understand. Asset creation, long-term loan, not short-term. No. So everybody is okay. Can you use these kind of tricks in the UPSC examination? Again, lot of times you can use it. Sometimes neither you can use it nor anybody can use it. You'll have to go for guesswork, tukka, right, in that particular case. So right option for question number 70 will be option B here. Okay, right, option B. Again, key term here is short-term, short-term credit. Short-term is essentially for working capital purposes. Question number 71. With reference to chemical fertilizers in India, consider the following statements. At present, the retail price of chemical fertilizers is market driven and not administered by the government. I'll give you one example, urea. You tell me, who will decide, right? Who will decide the market price of urea? The urea market prices are decided by Government of India. Government will provide lot of subsidies, but government decides what is the market price of urea. So can I simply say, if you look at urea, right, pricing of urea, statement 1 is incorrect. Everybody is okay? Statement 1 is incorrect. Let's go to second statement. Ammonia, which is an input of urea, is produced from natural gas. And again, you can connect this to current affairs events also. We want to source a natural gas from multiple countries. We are signing agreements, etc. Why? One of the reason is we will be able to produce ammonia using natural gas. Yes, statement 2 is correct, by the way. Okay, and I hope you people are reading newspaper, by the way. Okay, sulfur, which is a raw material for phosphoric acid fertilizer, is a byproduct of oil refineries. Yes, sir, right? In GS paper, nowhere it is given, right? GS books, nowhere it is given. At least you remember crude oil refining. Do let me know, right? You remember crude oil refining, that particular fractional distillation, right? Picture, it should be very much evident or very much clear in your mind like this. One of the output or one of the outcomes or raw material which is obtained is sulfur. So third statement is also correct. So second is correct, third one is correct. Right option for question number 71 is option B here. Question number 72 now. In India, which of the following can be considered as public investment in agriculture? Public investment in agriculture. Again, investment generally coincides with asset creation. Investments means asset creation, connected to asset creation. Let's start. Fixing MSP. Don't worry about rest of the statement. Fixing MSP. Do you think MSP is leading to asset creation? Think of it. MSP is leading to asset creation. No. MSP is essentially government purchasing and giving money. Where is the asset creation here? Computerization of primary agriculture credit societies. Computers. Is it not asset creation? Are you not creating certain long-term assets by computerizing? Yes. Now I know many of you use the first one to eliminate and say yes, sir. Right? I got the answer. Yes. 1, eliminate. Option C is the right one. My dear, now you will do all of it. I hope you understand. Now you will sit aram at 11:13 or 11:16 and you will do all of it and say such a easy question. And when similar question is asked, you will not even think and say investments. Investment means asset. Asset, right, should be long term. Anything that is not long term, let's eliminate it. You will never think like this. You will come out of examination hall and start shouting, writing, right? Let's say review in the Reddit. You will also keep on, right, putting in the YouTube, right? Don't join this class, right? This fellow only makes jokes in classes. He doesn't teach anything. Nothing he has taught has come in the exams, etc., etc. Apply common sense. A lot of times you can solve the questions with common sense. Okay, social capital development, right? Many of you simply say, sir, what is a social capital development? My dear, you will construct rural ponds. You will construct canals. You will construct and provide, let's say, training schools for farmers. Can I simply say all of these are assets again? Correct. Social capital, all of these are assets. Yes, that is true. Free electricity supplied to farmers. Is it asset? No. Working capital. Right? Electricity, working capital. Okay. No. Waiver of agriculture loans by the banking system. If bank will waive off agriculture loan, are we creating any assets there? Right? Are we creating any assets? No, we are not creating any kind of assets. Finally, look at the sixth one. Cold storage, right, facilities. Cold storage facilities, yes, assets. So everybody is okay. Just use common sense. For a lot of questions, you will be able to get these answers. But for that, your concepts, what is the meaning of investment? What is working capital? What is a fixed capital? Right? Financial debt, non-financial debt. All of these should be clear. Right? If these are clear, trust me, you will be able to score very good number of marks from Indian economic questions. Rakesh Gowda is asking, Innu ಎಷ್ಟು questions ಇದೆ sir? 73, so 100, so another 27, 28. Okay. Which of the following factors or policies were affecting the price of rice in India in recent past? Which of them have affected the price of rice in the recent past? Okay, let's start. Minimum support price. Will MSP have an impact on the market price of rice? Or for that matter, any crop which is purchased by the government, will it not influence the supply and demand in the market? If it is influencing supply and demand in the market, will it not influence the market price? Yes. Simple. Yes. Rice is procured by the government. If government will pay and procure, supply and demand will be disrupted. And supply and demand disruption will cause a change in the market price. Simple, straightforward. Okay. Government's trading, open market sale scheme. All of you heard of this? OMSS. Government through Food Corporation of India will supply, let's say, rice in the market, will supply wheat in the market. If government will supply rice or wheat, will it have an impact on market prices of rice? Of course, yes. Supply will change, market price will be affected. Government's stockpiling. Let's say government will purchase a lot of food grains under buffer stock. They have higher buffer stock now. They'll purchase lot of stocks. If they will purchase lot of stocks, will it disrupt the supply? If it is going to have a right impact on supply, market price automatically will be affected. Correct. Consumer subsidies. I'll take current affairs examples to make you understand. Government provided onion at subsidized prices. Government provided tomatoes at subsidized prices very recently. Will this have an impact on demand for other commodities? Yes. Right. Basically, will it have an impact on market prices? Yes. Now somebody will say, sir, question is on rice. You are talking about, right, let's say tomatoes. And somebody will say tomato. Right. Foreign returned, they'll say tomato. Indians will say tomato. Right. Onion. Right. Either ways, talk of rice. If government will provide subsidies for rice when it is sold in the market, obviously, right, it will have an impact on my buying behavior. I will purchase it from the government rather than open market. It will not influence the market prices? Yes, it will influence market prices. So question number 73, right option is option D, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Is it okay? Sir, it is not tomato, it is tomato. Correct, tomato. Doesn't matter, tomato, zomato, whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's go to question number 74 now. Question number 74, the economic cost of food grains to the Food Corporation of India is the minimum support price and bonus, if any, paid to the farmers plus. There are 4 options. What is the right answer? Let me see. Right? What is the right answer? Transportation cost only, interest cost only, procurement incidentals and distribution cost, procurement incidentals and charges for godowns. I know some of you will say, sir, wait. I have asked ChatGPT to give me answer. It is scrolling. It is not giving answer. Internet is slow. Wait, I'll tell you. Let the ChatGPT answer first. My dear, the right option for this question number 74 is option C. Option C is the right one. How? Let me explain this. What do you mean by economic cost? Economic cost essentially, and I've written EC here, economic cost, not election commission, economic cost. So economic cost essentially means what is the expenditure? What is the expenditure that the government is going to incur for procuring and supplying food grains? Simple. Okay. How much money will be spent by government to procure and supply food grains? And how do we calculate it? We calculate it by taking first one, procurement price. First one is procurement price. What is the procurement price? MSP. If at all bonus is given, let's say by the central government, MSP plus bonus, procurement price. Okay. But please think of this. If the procurement is done, when you pay money to the farmer, will you also not pay money to purchase bags? Will you also not pay money, right, let's say, to the labor to fill the bags? Will you also not pay money to load these into trucks? will you not pay money to the truck to transport it to go down? Correct? All of you are able to understand? So procurement cost is the first one. In addition to this, there is, procurement price is the first one. In addition to this, it will have procurement cost as well. That is labor charges, bagging charges, transportation charges, right? The mandi charges, etc. These are called as procurement cost. But understand, you are yet to reach the consumer. You are yet to reach, right? Let's say the beneficiary. So what you will do now? In addition to this, there is storage cost. Correct? Storage cost. Now there is a transportation cost. There is a labor cost. Correct? Now you will move the food grains to, right, let's say a fair price shop. Now from the fair price shop, these will be distributed to beneficiaries. So have a look at this. One is, right, the procurement price. Then there is a procurement cost, which is, right, called as procurement incidentals. Then there is a distribution cost. Everybody is okay? Everybody is able to understand the whole supply chain? Remember this like a picture. It will be easier for you. First you will pay to the farmer, but the food grains are there. Now you'll have to hire labor, you'll have to purchase bags, you'll have to hire a truck. All of these will be put in the truck. Truck will go to, right, the warehouse. Now you'll have to again use labor. You'll have to spend money to store. Now it will be transported to village. Now, right, essentially somebody will take money for this to be distributed. So procurement price, procurement incidentals, and distribution cost. Everybody is okay? Now look at this. Economic cost of food grains essentially involves MSP and bonus paid to the farmers plus transportation cost only? No. Interest cost only? No. Procurement incidentals and distribution cost. Right option is option C. Everybody is okay? Question number 74. Everybody is okay? So the right option is option C. Right? Slightly conceptual. Be careful. This can be asked by the UPSC again. But sir, distribution done by the state government. My dear, done by the state government, who will bear the burden of it? Who will pay money for it? And don't you think all of these expenditures should be incurred or should be calculated in order to calculate essentially what is the expenditure incurred? Yes. Why the distribution is done by the state government? Because under NFSA, we have given the state government the right to identify the beneficiaries and, right, basically distribute the food grains to beneficiaries. Is it okay? Bonus point not understood. My dear, bonus means in addition to MSP, certain additional payment is done. Okay, that is the reason why it is called as bonus. Okay, why does government promote the use of Neem coated urea in agriculture? Straightforward, right? What is the use of Neem coated urea? And those who are wondering, sir, what is this Neem coated urea? In the era of nano fertilizer, I am a person who is right, basically in the era of nano fertilizer. You are asking me question about Neem coated urea. What is that? My dear, if you check Google, type let's say urea, you will see, right, a picture where white crystals are given like this. Correct? White crystal. Right? So white crystal, right, that is basically the traditional urea or physical urea. Now this physical urea, please understand, this can be used in industries as well. Urea is a chemical, right, mainly consists of nitrogen, 46% nitrogen. So it can be used in the industries as well. So diversion can take place. So Government of India, in order to cut the objective of diversion, basically introduce the concept of Neem coated urea. That is essentially these crystals will be coated with neem extract, hence called as Neem coated urea. Now what is the use of a Neem coated urea? Diversion will not happen. Neem is a natural insecticide, but more importantly, when you apply the fertilizer, fertilizer is broken down. There is a technical term called as leaching process. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard of this. There is a technical term called as leaching process, that is essentially breaking down urea and absorbing the components of urea, that is nitrogen. So when you apply, right, the neem coating to the urea, the leaching process will be slowed down. The breakdown process will be slowed. That is essentially, have a look at this. Neem coating slows down the rate of dissolution of urea in the soil. Right option for question number 75 is option B here. Okay. Question number 76 now. In India, markets in agriculture products are regulated under which of the following 4 laws? The agriculture markets, and again this was there in the current affairs also. Very often this is there in the current affairs. Agriculture marketing, please remember, is a state subject. I'll repeat the statement. Agriculture marketing is a state subject, and the state governments individually will have to make law to implement APMCs. Right? They will have to make individually state laws to, right, implement a model called as agriculture marketing model called as APMC. Agriculture Produce Market Committee. Agriculture Produce Market Committee. Done. So the right option for this particular question will be B, Agriculture Produce Market Committee Act enacted by the states. Does every state in India have APMC law? Do let me know in the chat section. Does every state in India, does it have a APMC law? Answer is, because nobody is typing now, most of you have gone to sleep now, right? Answer is no. Answer is no, right? There are certain states which do not have APMC law. For example, Kerala doesn't have an APMC law. Bihar abolished APMC law, right? So I hope you understand. No, all the states do not have an APMC law. Okay. Question number 77 now. The fair and remunerative price of sugarcane is approved by whom? Is approved by whom? Please understand, whenever you talk about MSP, lot of books will give you MSP is announced for 23 crops. But technically speaking, instead of 23, it is just 22 plus 1, that is sugarcane. That is sugarcane. Now, whether it is the other crops or sugarcane, please understand, the recommendation is given by the CACP, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices, and the decision is taken by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, CCEA. Right? So, FRP or MSP, who will take a decision regarding this? The decision is taken by a Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Done? Everybody is okay? Rakesh Gowda, FRP sugarcane recommended by Rangarajan Committee? Yes, recommended by Rangarajan Committee. Okay. MSP by MS Swaminathan? Okay. MSP by MS Swaminathan recommendation is there, but the Government of India, I was about to say UPSC, Government of India has not accepted that because MS Swaminathan committee recommended that we should give MSP based on C2. We should give MSP based on C2, right? Government doesn't give MSP based on C2. It gives on A2 plus FL. A2 plus FL. Okay, done. Shripad Mishra is saying, Pad raha hu bro. Right? Who is that bro? Right? Bro, Shripad Mishra is replying to you. Please reply to Shripad Mishra. Okay. Which one of the following activities of the Reserve Bank of India is considered to be part of sterilization? And what is this idea of sterilization? Please listen to me carefully. Right? Whenever there is a, let's say, sudden inflow of dollars in India, right? Let's say a lot of dollars will come into India. When dollars will come into India, right? Suddenly there is right, appreciation of Indian rupee, because the dollars will be sold, rupees will be purchased, so rupee will start getting appreciated. RBI cannot allow this kind of uncontrolled appreciation. So what does RBI do? RBI will start purchasing dollars and selling rupees. Is it okay? RBI will purchase the dollars and start selling rupees. But there is a problem here. What is the problem? When RBI will sell rupees to stabilize the exchange rate, the supply of rupees will start increasing. Correct. The rupee supply in the market in India will increase. And when rupee supply increases, this can add to inflation in the domestic market. It can simply add to inflation in the domestic market. So what does the RBI do now? Because if RBI doesn't start purchasing dollar, continuously rupee will start appreciating. So RBI is in a difficult position. RBI will be like, hum kare to kare kya, bole to bole kya. Right? If I do this, it will cause inflation. If I don't do this, you will keep on scolding me because rupee is appreciating. So what does RBI do? On one side, it will stabilize the rupee here, and on the other side, it will start selling government bonds. On the other side, RBI will start selling government bonds, and when RBI will sell government bonds, it will simply take away the rupees from the market. So on one side, rupee supply increases. On the other side, rupee supply decreases. This is essentially called as sterilization. Is it okay? This is essentially called as sterilization, right? That is conducting open market operation. Everybody is okay? Question number 78, we are done. And I'm observing one thing. Do let me know whether I'm correct or not. When in the beginning of the class, when I used to make a joke, right, around 20 people used to put emojis. Laughing emoji, yellow yell, lol, right, badhiya tha, ye badhiya tha guru, etc., etc. After 8 o'clock, it came down. After 9 o'clock, somebody will like, sir, khana kha raha hu. How can I type? How can I put the emoji? Right, khana bhi khane do mujhe. Should I do this only? You keep on joking. I'll keep on listening. After 10 o'clock, further went down. Now the time is 11:40. You'll be like, joke? Was that a joke? I did not realize only because I'm sleepy. Right? Okay. Let me go forward. Question number 79. Okay. Let me go forward. Please wake up. Right? The only objective of joking is so that you are awake. At least for the sake of joke, you are awake. Okay. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following, right, statements. An increase in nominal effective exchange rate indicates appreciation of rupee. Now listen to me carefully. Lot of you are sleepy, and now I will discuss NEER and REER. I'll discuss NEER and REER. Okay. And the facts is saying, even sir is feeling sleepy, I think. No, my dear, don't worry. I'm not feeling sleepy. If I'm feeling sleepy, I'll start doing Bharatanatyam, right? Let's say some other dance form. I'll basically intervene in the functioning, or let's say the topics of Abhishek sir also. I'll do some other dance form. I'll wake up. You don't worry. Listen to me very carefully because I'm discussing NEER and REER. For some of you, it will be easy. For some of you, it will be like, right, something that you will use for sleeping purposes now. You'll say, finally, something that will make me fall into sleep very, very easily. Listen to me carefully. Both NEER and REER are indices. Is it okay? Both NEER and REER, both are indices. Who will publish it? RBI will publish it. RBI will publish both NEER and REER. So in NEER, what we do? We basically compare Indian rupee on one side with basket of currencies. Basket means group of currencies. Is this point clear? Do let me know. But what is this index? What is this concept of index here? Let's say today, right, whatever the value is, today whatever the comparison is, I will simply index it to 100 units. I'll simply index it to 100 units. Now, tomorrow, because of movement in the price, movement in the exchange rate, let's say 1 rupee is equal to certain value of basket of currencies. If I simply say now the index is 110, right? Now if I say index is 110, what does it actually mean? What does it actually mean? Please understand, it simply means, just to make you much more, right, let's make the concept much more clear here. Let's imagine 1 rupee is equal to 1 rupee is equal to, let's say, $10. Let's take it, okay? 1 rupee is equal to $10. I'll index it and say is equal to 100. Now 1 rupee will become is equal to $11. Can I adjust the index number to 110? Please do let me know now. Is it clear? Can I index the number to 110? What if 1 rupee becomes is equal to $9? Can I index the number to the 90 now? Everybody is able to understand. But what is the meaning of this movement in the index number? What is the meaning of it? Can I simply say if the index number goes up, if the index increases like this, rupee is appreciating? Yes or no? If the index number goes up, rupee is appreciating. And if the index number goes down, rupee is depreciating. Everybody is able to understand at least now? Apply the same logic to the concept of NEER. Apply the same logic to the concept of NEER. That is, here also is an index number. Whatever is the value of 1 rupee against basket of currencies, I will put it at 100. Now, if the index number goes up to 110, what does it mean? Can I simply say rupee is appreciating? Correct? Can I simply say rupee is appreciating? And let's say last year it was 110. Now this year, index number will fall to 105. So now can I simply say compared to last year, rupee has depreciated. Do let me know. Everybody is okay with this? Please do let me know. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. Right, so $1 is equal to, 1 rupee is equal to $10. 1 rupee is equal to $11. Rupee value has increased now. Right, rupee value has increased, dollar value has decreased. You will have to pay more dollar. So rupee has appreciated, dollar has depreciated. So these are called as indices. I hope you understand. These are called as indices. Right, so REER, right, listen to me carefully now. Right, final point. NEER compares rupee with basket of currencies. If NEER goes up, it is appreciation of rupee. Rupee value is going up. If NEER goes down, rupee value is going down, depreciating. Now look at the statement 1. All of you please look at the statement 1. Question number 79. Look at statement 1. And what does the statement 1 say? Statement 1 simply says an increase in the nominal effective exchange rate indicates appreciation of rupee. Is the statement true? Yes, the statement is true. Statement is true. An increase in the real effective exchange rate indicates an improvement in the trade competitiveness. What is the REER? I'm done with NEER now. What is REER? Please remember, REER represents trade competitiveness. That is, one good in India is equal to how many goods, right? Let's say in rest of the world. Is it okay? One good in India, how many goods in the rest of the world? If REER goes up, meaning what? One good in India, let's say, I'll take a simple example. One biscuit packet in India is equal to 3 biscuit packets in rest of the world. If REER goes up, it will become 1 biscuit packet in India is equal to 4 biscuit packets in rest of the world. Does it not mean India's biscuit packet has become costlier and the biscuit packets in rest of the world have become cheaper? Yes or no? Right? I want you to understand this. If one biscuit packet is equal to 3 packets in rest of the world, India and rest of the world, becomes one biscuit packet in India is equal to 4 packets in rest of the world. What does it mean? Whatever money you pay to purchase one packet in India, with the same money you can purchase 4 packets outside India, which means India's biscuit packet has become more costlier. That is again indicated in the form of index. Can I draw the index number like this? One packet in India is equal to 3 packets. Let's say it is 100. One packet in India becomes 4 packet. Can I write it as 133? Simple CSAT calculation. Almost 12 o'clock now, CSAT calculation. Right. So when the REER number goes up, now can I simply say India's trade competitiveness will not go up, rather it will go down. Yes or no? India's trade competitiveness with higher REER will not go up, rather it will go down. Look at the second statement. Solve the second statement. Okay, look at the second statement. It says, right, increase in the real effective exchange rate indicates improvement trade competitiveness. No, exactly opposite. Increasing trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause increasing divergence between REER and NEER. One more concept here. What is the difference between NEER and REER? In NEER, we are not adjusting for inflation. In NEER, we are not adjusting for inflation. No price levels are considered, just currency versus currency. Whereas a REER, when you compare like this, one packet of biscuit in India with 3 packets around the world, are you not adjusting? Are you not considering the price levels also? Think of it and do let me know. Are you not adjusting for price levels also? Yes, you are adjusting for price levels. So when NEER and REER are talked about, one is without adjustment of inflation. Second one, REER, is by adjusting for price levels. So if inflation rate will vary, if inflation rates will vary, automatically the gap between NEER and REER index number will also vary. That is the third statement. Everybody is okay with the third statement? Please do let me know. If price levels will vary, that is inflation will vary, automatically the gap between both these indices will also vary. That is exactly the third statement. So one is correct, third one is correct. Right option for question number 79 is option C. Question number 80 now. Consider the following statements. The effect of devaluation of a currency is that it necessarily, right, improve the competitiveness of domestic exports in the foreign markets. Competitiveness, please listen to me carefully. Competitiveness means your product will become more cheaper compared to other products. Yes, all of you will agree? With depreciation or devaluation, Indian products will become cheaper compared to other products. Yes. Increase the foreign value of domestic currency. $1 is equal to, let's say, 50 rupees. The devaluation is done, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. So value of rupee against the dollar, has it gone down or gone up? It has actually gone down. It says increase. No, it decreases. Third one, improve the trade balance. Lot of students get this one wrong. No guarantee. In lot of cases, rather than improving, it can even increase the trade gap or trade deficit. For example, India. Think of it. India is a net importer. And if there is a devaluation or a depreciation of rupee, don't you think the trade gap or trade deficit that we have will become more wider? Yes. That third one is incorrect. So question number 80, right option is option A, 1 only is correct. Okay. Question number 81 now. Consider the following. Foreign currency convertible bonds, foreign institutional investment with certain conditions, global depository receipts, non-resident external deposits. Which of the above can be included in foreign direct investments? Foreign currency convertible bonds. That is, let's say it is issued as a bond. You can convert this into share. Now please tell me, if you can convert this into share, it essentially means you are a shareholder in a company. A foreigner, a foreign investor will become shareholders, owners in the company. And if you become owners, don't you think, right, it will be part of foreign direct investment? Everybody is okay? First one, correct. First one is correct. Foreign institutional investors with certain conditions. What is this condition? Let's say a foreign investor will come into India, will purchase a 9% shares in a company. Technically, understand this, technically, according to the guidelines of Government of India, this should be classified as FPI. Why? The Government of India simply says, if a foreign investor will purchase less than 10% in an Indian company, shares less than 10% of an Indian company in the stock market, it should be classified as FPI. But government also has an exception, right? There is an exception. What is the exception? If you purchase 9%, but if you promise that in the next 1 year, you will increase it to at least 10%. Right now it is 9%, but you are promising government that in the next 1 year, you will take it up to 10 or more than 10%. Then in such cases, rather than classifying this as FPI, government will classify this as FDI. Right? So foreign institutional investment with certain conditions, yes, can be counted as FDI. Global depository receipts, GDR, global depository receipts. That is, an Indian company will list certain instrument in the foreign market, let's say in European market. These instruments represent shares of the Indian company. Is it okay? I'll repeat the statement. An Indian company will list, right, list an instrument, let's say in the European market, but this instrument will represent shares of the Indian company, which means a foreign investor, when they purchase the instrument, they are basically indirectly purchasing ownership, shares of this particular company. So global deposit receipts, these are also counted as part of FDI. Right? And finally, non-resident external deposits. Non-resident external deposits. These are deposits. Do you think deposits are connected to FDI? No. Right? This will essentially be part of, right, let's say deposits only. It is not associated with ownership. So 1, 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option A, 1, 2 and 3. Done. So question number 81, option A is the right one. Question number 82. With reference to international trade of India at present, which of the following statements is or are correct? India's merchandise exports are less than its imports. Although the question was asked in 2020, you tell me, India's merchandise exports are less than its merchandise imports. Don't you think this is correct even today? Yes or no? This is correct even today? Yes. India's merchandise exports are less than its merchandise imports. Somebody is saying no. Netra, my dear, why? Monu Chaudhary also says no. Why, my dear? Right? India's merchandise exports are less than merchandise imports. I can prove it. Open today's Hindu newspaper. Right? Have a look at this. Open today's Hindu newspaper. There is, right, there is a trade deficit article. Right? In case of trade deficit, you will see that one of the reason India has a trade deficit is basically merchandise trade deficit. Right? So statement 1 is correct. Prakash ji, right? Naam mein laga diya. Prakash ji, let's sleep. My dear, sleep. Don't worry. You sleep. Right? Let's others listen to me. You keep on sleeping. Okay? Don't worry. India's imports of iron and steel, chemicals, fertilizers and machinery have decreased in recent years. Now somebody will basically say, sir, how do I read all of this? It's not possible, etc., etc. My dear, I'll give you a hint here. Right? I'll give a very important hint. Look at the term fertilizers. And you tell me, has the import of fertilizers into India, has it decreased in recent years? Has it decreased in recent years? No. Right? In fact, the import of fertilizers into India has actually increased. The value of that has ballooned in India. Right? So obviously, no, second statement is incorrect. India's exports of services are more than import of services. Yes. Again, how do I remember, sir? My dear, in merchandise, we have a deficit. In services, we have a surplus. We have a surplus. Fourth one, obviously outcome of all of this, India suffers from overall trade or current account deficit. Yes. Right? Yes. Fourth statement, India has a current account deficit as well as trade deficit. So 1 is correct, 3 is correct and 4 is correct. Right option is D option, right? Statement 1, 3 and 4 only. Done? Okay. Question number 83. Which one of the following is not the most likely, measure the government or RBI takes to stop the slide of Indian rupee? Okay, which of the following will not be the measure taken by RBI to slow the slide of Indian rupee or stop the slide of Indian rupee? Curbing imports of non-essential goods and promoting exports. If you're going to curb imports, is it not going to help you in stopping the slide of Indian rupee? Think of it. Will it not help you? Yes, it will help you in stopping the slide of Indian rupee. Okay. Encouraging Indian borrowers to issue rupee denominated masala bond. Rupee denominated masala bond? Yes. How? Sir, how it is going to help? If you borrow dollar denominated bond, right, basically now you will have to sell more rupees and purchase dollar. That will again, right, basically lead to more depreciation. Right? So have a look at this. Right? Encouraging Indian borrowers to issue rupee denominated bond. Yes, it will help in controlling Indian rupee. But the question is not, right, which will not be used. Easing conditions relating to external commercial borrowing. You will borrow more and more from the foreign market. You will bring more dollars in India. You will sell more dollars. Rupee demand will increase. It will help in controlling the depreciation. Come to the fourth point. Following an expansionary monetary policy. Now somebody will say, how it is connected? I understand 1 to 3 are not correct, but I feel even fourth one is not correct. My dear, fourth one is basically not the policy government will use to control the depreciation of Indian rupee. It is not the policy. How so? Listen to me carefully. Please listen to me carefully. Right, Monu Chaudhary, please listen to me carefully. If government will follow expansion, the RBI will follow expansionary monetary policy, don't you think money supply will increase? When the money supply will increase, what do you think will happen to interest rates? Interest rates will go down. And if the interest rates go down, foreign investors will come more in number into India, or foreign investors will start moving out of India. You tell me. The foreign investors, will they come into India or will they start moving out of India? They will start going out of India. Why? Interest rates in India have fallen. So now tell me, if foreign investors will start going out, will this not lead to more rupee depreciation? So A, B and C are used to control rupee depreciation, but D will cause rupee depreciation. So right option for the question number 83 is option D here. Okay, done. Question number 84 now. In the context of India, which of the following factors is or are contributor or contributors to reducing the risk of currency crisis. To reducing the risk of currency crisis. Which of the following will reduce the risk of currency crisis? Okay, let's start. The foreign currency earnings of India's IT sector. Indian IT sector will earn more dollars, will bring more dollars into India. So don't you think that will help in reducing the pressure on Indian rupee? Currency crisis means Indian rupee is depreciating. Will it not help in reducing the currency crisis? Yes. Yes. Increasing the government expenditure. If the government expenditure increases, automatically, right, money supply increases. Inflation goes up. If inflation goes up, lot of these investors, because the higher inflation is there in India, they would want to move out of India. That will cause more pressure on Indian rupee. That is not required. So it is not going to contribute to reducing pressure. It will in fact increase the pressure of currency crisis. Remittances from Indians abroad. Remittances from Indians abroad. A foreign, right, let's say you will go to a foreign country, you will earn dollars, you will send it back to India for your parents, for your siblings, etc. That is remittances. If more and more dollars will come into India, again same impact as it was found in the first one. So first one is correct, third one is correct. Right option for the question number 84 will be option B, 1 and 3 only. Done. Question number 85. Okay, good morning everyone. Kiran Kadak says good morning. So good morning everyone. Prakash ji, right, you have an answer from Shripad Mishra. Wait for some time. It will end after 100, then go to sleep. Right, my answer will also remain same. Okay, let's continue. Question number 85. If another global financial crisis happens in the near future, which of the following actions or policies are most likely to give some immunity to India? Which of the following will provide certain immunity to India? First one, not depending on short-term foreign borrowings. Not depending on short-term borrowings. Now you just think of it. Short-term borrowings means if there's a crisis, don't you think these short-term borrowings, if these are repaid, more amount of rupees will be repaid then? That will essentially increase the crisis that is happening in India. Rupee depreciation will further intensify because of you will have to repay the money much quicker because it's a short-term borrowing, right? So not depending on this can help you in not increasing the crisis in India. Is it okay? Reduce the dependence. That will help. If there's a crisis, it will help in controlling the impact of crisis. First one is correct. Opening up to more foreign banks. Some of you will feel, yes, you should open up to more foreign banks. More investment will come. My dear, answer is no. If these are mainly foreign owned, if there is a crisis in that particular country, if the main branch, or let's say if the head office or the parent bank of this bank, which is there in USA, is in crisis, don't you think the crisis will also spill over into India? This bank is present in India, is owned by a foreign bank, the crisis will basically spill over, right? So no, do not allow more and more opening of foreign branches or foreign banks. It is going to cause a spillover crisis. Maintaining full capital account convertibility. If you are allowed to bring any amount of money in India, right, any amount of money you can bring and invest anywhere, etc., etc., then my dear, in case of crisis, lot of this money will be taken out. And when this money will be taken out, right, already the rupee is depreciating, it will essentially increase, right, the volatility in the stock market, in the bond market, in the forex market. So this is not going to help us in controlling the crisis. It will intensify the crisis. So only the first one is the right option, right? As a result of this, question number 85, A is the right one. Okay, A is the right option. Okay, done. Question number 86 now. Purchasing power parity exchange rates are calculated by comparing the prices of same basket of goods and services in different countries. The word is missing, don't worry, I'll write it. In different countries. What is this purchasing power parity? You have a basket of goods. How much money you need in India to purchase it, and how many dollars you need in USA to purchase it. Let's say for this basket of goods, in India you require 100 rupee, in USA you require $4. Then my dear, according to purchasing power parity, $1 will become equivalent to 25 rupees. This is purchasing power parity exchange rate. So first statement true, right? The first statement is true. In terms of PPP dollars, India is the 6th largest economy in the world. No, India is the 3rd largest. In terms of PPP, India is the 3rd largest. First one is China, followed by USA, followed by India. Okay, so second statement is incorrect. First statement is correct. Question number 86, right option is A. Question number 87, right? You can connect this to current affairs also. All of you have seen this gold monetization scheme. Government of India has discontinued gold monetization scheme now. What is or are the purposes or the purpose of government's sovereign gold bond scheme and gold monetization scheme? So see, this question was asked in 2017. 2017 this question was asked. Again can be asked because of what is happening in SGB as well as GMS. Let's start. To bring idle gold lying with Indian households into the economy. Right? Is it correct? Yes, absolutely correct. By the way, I was reading, just don't worry, we'll discuss the question. A very interesting fact, by the way. Today I was reading Business Standard. Okay, the article in Business Standard, very interesting article. The article said the amount of gold that is present in Indian households is equal to, is more than the amount of gold which is held by largest 10 central banks in the world. I'll repeat the statement so that the information sinks into your mind. The article said the amount of gold that is held by the households in India is higher than the amount of gold that is held by 10 of the largest central banks in the world. Right? The highest amount of gold by a central bank is held by USA, Federal Reserve. It has around 8,000 tons plus, more than 8,000 tons. Can anybody imagine how much is the amount of gold held by Indian households? Right? How much of the gold is held by Indian households? The number is a mind-boggling number, more than 25,000 tons. More than 25,000 tons. And how much is the gold held by RBI? Just around 800 tons. Just around 800 tons. So the amount of gold that is held by all the households in India is more than the total amount of gold held by the top 10 central bankers in the world. Right? So that information was given in today's Business Standard newspaper. Right? Very interesting article, by the way. Anyways, come back to the discussion. To bring the idle gold lying with Indian households into the economy. Yes, that was one of the very important objectives. To promote FDI in the gold and jewelry sector. No, that was never the objective. Right? It was never the objective. It was the objective to monetize the idle gold. Ensure imports of gold will go down. Right? Ensure gold will be available from the domestic market to the producers in the domestic market, etc. To reduce India's dependence on gold imports. Yes. So one is correct. Third one is correct. Right option for this question will be option C. 87, option C is the right one. Okay. Question number 88. Which of the following best describes the term import cover sometimes seen in the news? Import cover essentially means for how many months you can import the goods or services into India using forex reserves that you have. Is it okay? Right? In simple way, forex reserve divided by imports. This will give you the import cover. For example, right? For example, let's say the forex reserves are $600 billion and the import cover is, let's say, import is worth $50 billion. So essentially your import cover will be for 12 months. This is called as import cover. Is it okay? Right. So what is the answer to this? It is the number of months of imports that could be paid by countries' international reserves or forex reserves. Right answer for this question is, right, option D. Question number 89. Consider the following statements with reference to India. According to micro, small and medium enterprise development, the medium enterprises are those with investment in plant and machinery between 15 crore and 25 crore. This was the question asked in 2023. Then also, right, this statement was wrong, and now also this statement is incorrect. Why? Please have a look at the increased or changed, right, changed guidelines for classifying MSMEs. I presume, right, all of you have heard of the announcement in the budget. The government of India has changed the classification. Please memorize this. I very much expect a question being asked from the revised guidelines. And by the way, the changed guidelines has been notified by Government of India day before yesterday. This has been notified by Government of India day before yesterday. It was there in other newspapers, right, except in Hindu. So that is the reason. Be careful. It has already been notified. So what is the revised guideline? Simple, right? I'll tell you a trick. Please remember only the first one, 2.5 CR, 10 CR. That's it. Memorize only the first one, 2.5 CR and 10 CR. Multiply by 10 times both the sides. Multiply by 5 times both the sides. Is it okay? Right? This is a trick I remember. You can make your own trick. Simply remember 2.5 and 10. Then multiply by 10, multiply by 10. Then multiply by 5, multiply by 5. And simply write micro, small and medium enterprises. That's it. So the statement earlier also was incorrect. Now also is incorrect. All the bank loans to micro, small and medium enterprises qualify under priority sector loans. Yes, this statement is true. RBI says loans which are given to MSMEs are part of, right, the priority sector loans. So question number 89, right option is option B. Okay, 10 more questions, then we will be done. Have patience. Question number 90. With reference to foreign owned e-commerce firms operating in India, which of the following statements is or are correct? Again, the question is on foreign owned e-commerce companies, not domestic owned. I am specifying this because for a foreign company, guidelines are different. For a domestic company, the guidelines are different. For example, foreign companies are not allowed to follow an inventory-based model in India. They are allowed to follow only a marketplace model. Whereas the domestic companies are allowed to follow, right, an inventory-based model. So guidelines differ. Please be very careful. They can sell their own goods in addition to offering their platforms. As marketplaces. Are they allowed to sell their own goods? Please understand, marketplace. I said marketplace, which means the company such as Amazon cannot sell its own product on the Amazon platform. It is not allowed. Why? Amazon is a foreign company. So first statement incorrect. The degree to which they can own big sellers on their platform is limited. Yes, this is true. Right? Essentially, there are sellers, different sellers in the market. What is the maximum amount of ownership that this company can have in these particular seller? There is a limitation. How much? Maximum 25%. Maximum 25%. Beyond 25%, they are not allowed to own. So second statement is correct. So right option for this question number 90 is option B here. 2 only is correct. Question number 91 now. With reference to Indian economy after 1991 economic liberalization, consider the following statements. Consider the following statements. Okay. The worker productivity rupees per worker at 0405 prices increased in urban areas while it decreased in rural areas. Just apply, right, basic economic sense. Because of economic reforms, if you say productivity has increased, yes, but will the productivity of rural population decrease? Will the productivity with reforms decrease in rural India? No, it has increased in both urban as well as rural. So first one is incorrect. The percentage share of rural areas in the workforce steadily increased, right? Percentage share of rural areas in the workforce steadily increased, right? Underline the term steadily. Again, no, right? A steady increase has not been observed in recent times. It has seen to be declining. The rural areas, the growth in the non-farm economy has increased. Non-farm essentially means agriculture, manufacturing and services. Right? Is manufacturing, small industries growing in rural India? Yes. Small service sector units, are they growing in rural India? Yes. The third statement is correct. And the fourth one, the growth rate in rural employment has decreased. In fact, I told you this when I was discussing the second statement. In certain years, steady increase has been taken. Right? Steady increase has not been seen. Unemployment rate also has increased. Okay, so fourth statement, growth rate in rural employment also has decreased. Yes, right. So 3 and 4 are correct. Right option will be option B here. In fact, B is written, don't worry. Right option is option B for question number 91. Right, 8 more questions. We are done. Have patience. With reference to India's 5-year plans, which of the following statements is or are correct? From the second 5-year plan, there was a determined thrust towards a substitution of basic and capital goods industries. Yes, this is correct. How so? Second 5-year plan is associated with what? Heavy industrialization. Correct? Heavy industrialization. That is, right, PC Mahalanobis strategy. What did we do under this? We wanted to produce more and more goods, basic goods, capital goods. Basic means the output of this will be used by some other company. That is called as basic. So basic goods, capital goods, etc. we wanted to produce more and more so that the imports will go down. Imports essentially will come down. Import dependency is addressed. First statement is true. The fourth 5-year plan adopted the objective of correcting the earlier trend of increased concentration of wealth and economic power. Now please understand, in the initial phases we followed a model where we believed in trickle down theory. That is, we will promote more growth, more GDP, more people will get jobs, so the benefit of GDP will flow to other sections. But please understand, from the fourth 5-year plan, Government of India changed the policy. We basically did away with the concept of, right, let's say the trickle down. Now we started implementing multiple reforms to generate jobs at rural level, to promote industries at a rural level, to promote growth of employment opportunities at lowest level, etc. So fourth 5-year plan generally is associated with correction of what was followed earlier. Rather than basically believing in trickle down, now we started implementing policies in order to reduce wealth inequality, income inequality. Yes, that is also true. Okay. Third one, in the fifth 5-year plan, for the first time, the financial sector was included as an integral part of the plan. This is incorrect. Why? The fifth 5-year plan, please understand, the fourth 5-year plan will be implemented from 69 to 74. Right? And the fifth 5-year plan was implemented from 74 to 79. Although incomplete, don't worry. But please understand, in the 4th 5-year plan itself, we covered financial market or financial sector. How so? All of you heard of banking nationalization? Banking nationalization. The banking nationalization was done in the 3rd 5-year plan itself. So, for the first time, was it basically implemented in the 5th 5-year plan? No, it was not. First time the financial sector was not for the first time included in the 5th 5-year plan. Even before that, it has been included. Third statement is incorrect. 92, right option is A, 1 and 2 only. 93, which of the following have occurred in India after its liberalization of economic policies in 1991? 1991. Share of agriculture in GDP has increased enormously. This should not be difficult whatsoever. This should not at all be difficult. Has India's agriculture contribution in GDP, it has increased? No. No. In fact, right, at the time of independence, it was more than 60%. By the time of liberalization, it had dragged down. It has been fallen down, or post-independence, post-liberalization or LPG reforms, it has further gone down as a percentage of GDP. So, first statement is incorrect. And anyways, they are using the term enormously. Right? Enormously means no, it doesn't happen in the economy. Share of India's exports in the world trade increased. Should this be difficult? Don't you think this statement is also, right, an outcome of 1991 reforms, where we started promoting production through LPG reforms? Production will increase, exports also have increased. So, share also has increased. Yes. FDI inflows have increased. No doubt, this should be correct. At any cost, this should be correct. Why? Right? Earlier, there was a lot of restriction on FDI. LPG reforms, one of the outcome was FDI is allowed. And fourth one, India's foreign exchange reserves increased enormously. Right? Now, that's the reason I keep on telling the students, be very careful. Why? Looking at the term enormously, you will simply tick it as wrong. But in case of India, this is true. In case of India, this is in fact true. How so? 1991, we were about to exhaust the forex reserves. We were about to exhaust. Right? Essentially, we took assistance of IMF. After that, we have kept on building forex reserves, and it has increased very fast in India. It has increased very fast. Right? In the beginning of 2000, it was in the range of 100 billion. By the end of 2010, it increased to 300. Later, it increased to 500, 600. Today, we are having more than $600 billion. Right? So, yes, it has increased enormously in India. Okay. So, 2, 3 and 4 are correct. Question number 93. Right option is option B here. 94. The term West Texas Intermediate. Right? What is the connection to the term West Texas Intermediate? Please understand, this is there in the current affairs even now. This is a type of a crude oil. It is there even today, right? This is there in the current affairs. How so? The president of USA is promoting more crude oil production in USA. And India is open to purchasing more crude oil from USA. And the grade, the name of the grade of crude oil which is produced in USA is called as a West Texas Intermediate. The one which we are purchasing most of it today is a Brent crude. Right? It is a Brent crude, and in USA that particular grade of crude oil is called as a West Texas Intermediate. Okay, right? So please be very careful, right? This can be asked again in the preliminary question. Please be very careful. Okay. Question number 95. With reference to trade related investment measures, TRIPS. TRIPS is intellectual property rights. Investment measures is a TRIPS. Which of the following statements is or are correct? Quantitative restrictions on imports by foreign investors are prohibited. Now listen to me very carefully. There are multiple agreements under WTO. India is a signatory to a lot of these agreements. It could be agreement on agriculture, It could be, right, the TRIPS agreement. It could be the TRIMS agreement. It could be, right, let's say GATS agreement. Multiple agreements are there. India is a signatory to multiple agreements. Now, if you focus on the TRIMS, the TRIMS focuses on promotion of investment. From one country to another country, it promotes investment. It ensures that the member countries will not have policies which will hurt the inflow of foreign investments. The countries will not have policies which will hurt the goods imported, goods exported. And please understand, the focus here is on goods, not services. Why? For services, there is one more agreement under WTO. That particular agreement under WTO for services is GATS. So for services, GATS is there. But for goods, investment, right, we have TRIMS. Let's start now. Let's start. Quantitative restrictions on imports by foreign investors are prohibited. Yes, you cannot impose restrictions. That is the basic idea. India cannot have a policy where it will impose restrictions. But mind you, there are also exceptions to all of these agreements. All of these agreements have certain exceptions. For example, the member countries generally will quote national security. I hope you understand. Member countries, right, impose national security. Member countries impose restrictions such as government procurements. There are certain exemptions. But if you cannot quote that, if you cannot simply say on national security basis, I am imposing a restriction, you will be dragged to WTO, you will be asked to, right, take down these kind of restrictions. So quantitative restrictions on imports by foreign investors are prohibited, except certain circumstances, all of them are prohibited. Okay, yes. They apply to investment measures related to trade in both goods and services. Just think of it. Right, TRIMS, is it applicable to goods and services? No, this is not applicable to services. GATS is applicable to services, right? This is not applicable to services. Okay, they are not concerned with the regulation of foreign investment. They are not concerned with regulation of foreign investment, right? No, please understand, they are concerned with that as well. Okay, so second statement is incorrect. Can we use elimination method here? Right? Let's use elimination method. Right, so first one is correct, third one is correct. Right option will be option C, 1 and 3 only. Everybody is okay? Right, everybody is okay. Right, so you can use the correct, right, with reference to TRIMS. Which of the following statements is correct? Okay, correct. So it is not applicable to services, right? Because GATS is applicable to services. Okay, done. Question number 96 now. Question number 96. In the index of 8 core industries, which one of the following is given the highest weight? Right? Which of the following has the highest weightage? Index of 8 core industries. Right? This is the index of 8 core industries. Just factual information. Right? We have refinery products, electricity, steel, coal, crude oil, etc. So the weightage, right? Coal is there, electricity is there, fertilizer and steel. Which has the highest weightage here? Out of all the products, out of all the, right, let's say 4 which is given, the highest is electricity generation. Highest is electricity generation. Again, refinery has 28, but refinery is not there. Refinery is not present here. That's a reason. Okay, done. Question number 97 now. Right, couple of more questions, we will be done. With reference to corporate social responsibility rules in India, consider the following statements. What is corporate social responsibility? According to the Companies Act of 2013, a company which will meet these particular, right, let's say numbers, which has a net worth of 500 crore, which has a turnover means revenues of 1000 crore, which has a net profit of 5 crore, right? In such cases, the company has to ensure that 2% of the average profits of last 3 years, they will have to use for certain purposes. For example, education. For example, poverty alleviation, right? Healthcare, rural development, etc. That is corporate social responsibility. Now, please have a look at the statement 1. CSR specifies expenditure that benefit the company directly or its employees will not be considered as a CSR activities. Just think of it. If there is, right, let's say, if there is a particular company, if there is a particular company which will spend money which is going to benefit the company itself, should you count this as a part of corporate social responsibility? No, you will not be counting this as a part of corporate social responsibility. Okay. CSR rules do not specify minimum spending on CSR activities. These do not specify minimum spending on CSR activities, right? Yes, they do not specify minimum spending. It simply says 2%. That's it, right? What should be the minimum spending in healthcare, etc., etc.? No, that is not specified under. Just a second. Okay, just make a correction here. Somebody was saying misunderstood. That's the reason I had a relook. Okay, my mistake. Will not be considered. Will not be considered. Yes, will not be considered. Yes, that is correct. Okay, will not be considered. Right, I misread the statement. My mistake. CSR rules do not specify minimum spending on CSR activities. This is essentially talking about this. Right, what should be the minimum expenditure? The minimum expenditure, again, right, it is talking about minimum 2% overall expenditure. So 2% of the net profits, or else just let's read the statement again. I think I'm making a mistake here. CSR rules do not specify minimum spending on CSR activities. So CSR activities on healthcare, on, okay, correct. I was initially correct. Overall 2%. But on healthcare, how much? On education, how much? On poverty alleviation, how much? Right? On, right, let's say skilling, how much? That limitation has not been provided. Is my right argument clear at least now? Please do let me know. You are supposed to spend 2%, but individually on these activities, how much? It is not specified. That is the meaning of the statement. Okay, so second one is incorrect. Suddenly this question, right, I only got confused. So first the question number 97 is the right one. Okay, first one is correct. First statement is correct. Question number 98. With reference to foreign direct investment in India, which one of the following is considered its major characteristic? Right, which is considered its major characteristic? It is investment through capital instruments essentially in a listed company? No. You can make FDI investment in a listed company as well as unlisted company. So A is not, right, is not an essential characteristic. Okay. It is largely a non-debt creating capital flow. Right. What do you mean by non-debt capital inflow? You will borrow from the foreign market, external commercial borrowing. That is also capital inflow. But there, when you borrow, it is creating a debt. You will have to repay along with interest. But in case of FDI, a foreign company will invest in India. It is not a debt. It is simply an investment. There is no repayment of liability. There is no interest paid on this. It is simply an investment. Okay. It is largely non-debt creating capital flow. Yes, that is true. Okay. It is an investment that involves a debt servicing. Debt servicing means again what? Interest payment. When a foreign company will invest in India under FDI, do you pay interest on this? No. You do not pay interest on this. It is the investment made by foreign institutional investors in the government securities. This will be FPI, not FDI. So right option for question number 98 is option B here. Okay. Question number 99. With reference to casual workers employed in India, consider the following statements. Now, what is this idea of a casual worker or casual labor? Please understand, we employ lot of workers, we can classify them into full-time and part-time. Part-time essentially is referring to casual workers. You will employ these casual workers. There is absolutely no fixed salary given to them, right? The salary will keep on changing. For example, let's say, right, freelancer, how much is the salary paid? No, there is irregularity, right? Is this casual worker paid, let's say, holiday, paid holidays are provided? No. Right? Maternity benefits are provided? No. Right? So casual workers are, right, highly hired. Lot of these workers are working in case of India. In fact, there is this particular discussion of gig economy, right? A gig market or gig economy. Lot of these workers are casual workers only. Let's start. First one. All casual workers are entitled for employment provident fund coverage. There is a Supreme Court judgment regarding this. Yes. Supreme Court of India says, yes, casual workers are also, right, let's say entitled for employment provident fund coverage. Yes. All casual workers are entitled for regular working hours and overtime payment, right? I hope you understand. Yes, they are entitled. Please understand, they are entitled. But just because the provision is there, it is not going to be implemented because it has to be notified by the governments and the companies have to follow it. Right? If the casual workers are made to work for overtime, they are supposed to pay money. But where is the provision implementation of that? The state has to notify that. For example, now, when you talk about, let's say, Rajasthan government, there is a discussion. Rajasthan government bill was introduced. Right? Rajasthan government made rules saying that because of these particular provisions, now we will ask gig companies to provide for, let's say, 2% of, let's say the 2% of the payment or 2% of the earnings that they do, they will have to contribute here, etc., etc. So, are they entitled? Yes. There are multiple laws in India. Factories Act is there, Industrial Disputes Act is there, right? There are multiple laws in India. But please understand, the rules have to be framed and implemented. So, are they entitled? Yes, but generally rules are not there for them to claim it. Okay. So, second statement, true. Third statement, government can by a notification specify that an establishment or an industry shall pay wages only through bank account. Can government notify this? Yes. Right, government has that particular power. But again, is notification issued by the government? Generally, no. Right, so government has all the powers to do this. But generally, government doesn't do all of this. Right, so are these the powers or all these the entitlements for, let's say, the casual workers? Yes, they are entitled. Okay, so right option for this is option D, 1, 2 and 3. In fact, when this question was asked, the reason I believe back in 2021, the only reason UPSC asked this was because of Supreme Court judgment, right? Because 1 year before this was the Supreme Court judgment where the Supreme Court said they are, right, entitled. They are entitled for all of this. Okay, so question number 100 now. Question number 100, disguised unemployment. Okay, disguised unemployment generally means what? What do you mean by disguised unemployment? Disguised unemployment simply means, let's take an example, agriculture work. In case of India, right, a lot of these rural households are dependent on agriculture labor. So in these particular households, instead of 2 people working in the field, right, there will be 5 people working in the field. Instead of 7 people working in the field, let's say there will be 10 people working in the field. And what is the argument here? Argument is, instead of 7 people working, there might be 10, but the productivity doesn't change. Right? The productivity doesn't change. If you take out these 3 workers and ask only 7 workers to finish the work, they will finish it. But because of these additional workers, the productivity doesn't change. There is a technical term, marginal productivity. Marginal productivity. Marginal productivity essentially means what is the change in the productivity. So instead of 7 people, if there are 10 people who are working, the productivity doesn't change, productivity still remains the same. Hence, we will say the disguised unemployment simply is referring to a situation where marginal productivity is equal to 0. Done? Everybody is okay, right? So we have covered 100 questions, right? Starting from 2014 till let's say, right, 2024 till 2024, we have covered 100 questions. Again, the point that I'm trying to make here is simple. Lot of these particular questions, the concepts are important, right? The concepts are important, right? You need to basically be clear on the conceptual side. If you are clear on the concepts, automatically a lot of these questions can be solved easily by you. Okay, so what I would recommend to all of you is, if you have any kinds of doubts, so please do let me know. If you like this initiative, do hit the like button, and if you have any kinds of comments, please do make that in the comment section of the video as well. REER and REER, my dear, I'll repeat this again. REER and REER are indices. Indices. What does it represent? NEER represents value of Indian currency against a group of foreign currencies. And if this index goes up, rupee is appreciating. If the index goes down, rupee is depreciating. REER compares good with other goods, or let's say Indian products, or let's say trade with, right, let's say foreign goods. If the REER goes up, Indian products are becoming more costlier compared to foreign goods. Trade competitiveness will go down. That is the meaning of both REER as well as REER. Okay, any other questions? Right, happy weekend to all of you. Happy Yugadi to all of you. Others? What is the difference between capital and current account convertibility? My dear, in case of current account, when you say convertibility, any transaction in the current account, you can do it without any restriction. In case of capital account, we do not have that kind of a convertibility, because we are worried that if there is a full convertibility allowed in the capital account, it might basically lead to lot of, right, let's say outflows. So that is the precise reason restrictions are imposed in the capital account. Restrictions are there. Okay. Sir, FII, FDI appreciate rupee, so how it decrease current account? My dear, what is the connection? Right, please do let me know what is the connection. Your question is not clear. Sir, UCB comes under means what? The regulation RBI. Mainly it is Reserve Bank of India now. Okay. Shona, it's not Udagi, it is Ugadi. Right, in southern part of India, there is a festival called as Ugadi. Just like many other places have, let's say, New Year, right? In southern part of India, Ugadi is generally seen as onset of a new year. Okay, right? A cultural following. Okay, done then. So that's it from my side. Take care. If you have liked this initiative, do hit the like button and provide your valuable inputs in the comment section as well. If you have any doubts, do put it or do paste it there also. I'll reply to your questions. I'll reply to your doubts in the comment section. So that's it. Take care. All the best. See you in the next session, whenever I will discuss current affairs from Indian economy for upcoming prelims 2025. Thank you. Have a great weekend ahead.